Oh, Safira Prasetya.
Saya buka masker dulu ya sebelum menjawab, biar jelas suara saya. Ya, begini Mas, saya akan memulai jawaban saya dari orientasi umum kegiatan Gamma Indigo. Orientasi kegiatan Gamma Indigo itu adalah menghidupkan kembali, atau bisa disebut dengan revival, ya, pewarna alami Indonesia. Karena apa? Karena pewarna alami adalah salah satu budaya Indonesia, dan dulu Indonesia itu termasuk produsen pewarna alami indigo terbesar di dunia. Anehnya, pada saat ini itu Indonesia mengimpor dan menggunakan pewarna sintetis dalam kapasitas yang sangat besar. Padahal pewarna sintetis tersebut itu sudah dilarang penggunaannya di Eropa sejak tahun 96. Ya. Aktivitas Gamma Indigo itu mencakup dari eksplorasi tumbuhan pewarna alami, penelitian pemungutannya, produksi, dan aplikasi pewarna alami. Ya. Kalau dikaitkan dengan SDGs, ya, tujuan-tujuan SDGs, keterkaitan antara Gamma Indigo dengan SDGs itu sangat kuat. Ya, kita tahu ada 17 tujuan dari SDGs itu. Kegiatan Gamma Indigo itu berkontribusi yang untuk orientasi aspek tenaga kerja, itu berorientasi pada tujuan 1, yaitu no poverty, tujuan 3, dan tujuan 8. Adapun yang berhubungan dengan sustainable atau aspek lingkungan, itu ada berkorelasi dengan tujuan 6, dengan tujuan 12, dengan tujuan 14, dan tujuan 15. Nah, kalau dilihat dari aspek itu, kelihatan bahwa orientasi Gamma Indigo dengan SDGs, khususnya Sustainable Fashion, itu sangat kuat. Terima kasih. Begini ya Mas, batik dan pewarna alami itu bagaikan sekeping mata uang yang tidak bisa dipisahkan. Karena indahnya batik itu bila diwarnai, ya. Dan dulu awalnya itu batik dan pewarna alami itu keduanya merupakan warisan budaya adiluhung bangsa Indonesia. Karena apa? Karena awalnya pembuatan batik itu menggunakan pewarna alami. Ya, jadi batik yang indah itu menggunakan pewarna alami. Jadi batik dan pewarna alami itu sama-sama warisan adiluhung bangsa Indonesia. Nah, belakangan setelah munculnya pewarna sintetis itu lambat tetapi pasti ditinggalkan oleh pengrajin batik. Karena pewarna sintetis itu menawarkan kepraktisan dan kecepatan dalam produksi batik. Tetapi belakangan ini diketahui ternyata pewarna sintetik itu berbahaya bagi manusia dan lingkungan karena adanya senyawa-senyawa karsinogen di dalamnya. Untuk itu, penggunaan kembali pewarna alami pada industri batik dan tekstil perlu dilakukan. Karena batik dengan pewarna alami selain menghasilkan karya batik yang indah, juga aman bagi manusia dan lingkungan. Kita ketahui bersama di tingkat global usaha kembali ke pewarna alami sudah cukup lama. sejak tahun 1996. Ya, sehingga kita mengenal isu sustainable fashion, slow fashion, organik, go back to nature, go green, dan sebagainya. Di Indonesia, gerakan kembali ke pewarna alami itu dinyatakan secara eksplisit di RIPIN tahun 2015 dan 2000 sampai dengan 2035. RIPIN itu rencana penginduk pengembangan industri nasional. Ya. Dan belakangan ini kita tahu bahwa ada kebijakan Indonesia yaitu industri hijau. Oleh karena itu, batik dengan pewarna alami itu perlu ditingkatkan keberadaannya pada saat ini. Terima kasih. Ya, sudah kita ketahui bersama tadi ya, di jawaban sebelumnya bahwa pewarna sintetik itu tidak aman bagi lingkungan. Ya. Kalau pewarna alami itu bisa dikatakan aman bagi lingkungan karena bahan baku pembuatan pewarna alami itu kan dari tumbuhan, dari mineral, atau hewan. Ya, itu bahan bakunya. Maka dapat dikatakan ramah bagi lingkungan. Itu dari aspek pewarna alami. Adapun dalam pewarnaan menggunakan pewarna alami itu pasti diperlukan bahan tambahan atau aditif. Ya, misalnya reduktor, fisator, ya, netralizer seperti itu. Nah, itu bisa kita pilih untuk bahan-bahan yang aman bagi lingkungan. Ya, itu sudah kita antisipasi. Ya, kita lihat karakternya dan itu aman bagi lingkungan. Oleh karena itu dapat dikatakan bahwa penggunaan pewarna alami itu sangat aman dibanding dengan pewarna sintetik. Terima kasih. Dapat kita lihat pengolahan limbah, dapat kita lihat dari berbagai perspektif. Yang pertama, limbah pewarna alami. Ya. Salah satu kelebihan dari pewarna alami itu adalah pewarna alami yang telah digunakan itu dapat dipakai kembali sampai habis. Ya. Jadi sangat berbeda dengan pewarna sintetis. Kalau pewarna sintetis itu kalau setelah dipakai untuk waktu tertentu dia tidak aktif, itu dibuang ke lingkungan. Ya, jadi kira-kira efisiensi penggunaan pewarna sintetik itu di angka 50-an% lah angka-angka itu. Ya, jadi sebagian itu dibuang ke lingkungan. Berbeda dengan pewarna alami. Kalau pewarna alami itu sampai habis dipakai. Karena kalau sudah selesai tidak dipakai, itu disimpan, terus nanti bisa dipakai lagi. Atau disimpan, nanti diaktifkan lagi. Sehingga efisiensi pewarna alami itu sangat tinggi. Bisa dikatakan tidak ada limbah dari pewarna alami. Seandainya ada limbah yang dibuang ke lingkungan, itu kalau limbah cair itu biasanya deterjen. Karena kita perlu mencuci produk itu. Ya, deterjen. Juga fiksator, misalnya tawas, kapur, tunjung, seperti itu. Nah, oleh karena itu pemilihan bahan aditif, seperti saya sampaikan di depan, pemilihan bahan aditif yang digunakan itu adalah yang aman bagi lingkungan. Itu yang menjadi limbah. Jadi limbah deterjen, limbah tawas, limbah kapur, limbah tunjung, itu yang dengan relatif sedikit itu yang kita buang ke lingkungan. Nah, pasti itu aman, tidak masalah gitu. Sehingga bisa kita buang bersama-sama dengan limbah rumah tangga karena tidak berbahaya. Kalau dalam memproduksi batik itu ada limbah padat, yaitu malam atau wax hasil pelorotan. Ya, lah wax atau malam hasil pelorotan itu tidak kita buang limbahnya, ya. Jadi pembatik atau pengrajin batik itu sudah memiliki ilmu untuk menggunakan kembali limbah padat malam itu. Ya. Sehingga dalam konteks lingkungan, penggunaan pewarna alami untuk produksi batik itu bisa dikatakan aman dan ada antisipasinya begitu, sehingga tidak perlu khawatir. Itulah kelebihan pewarna alami. Terima kasih.
Good afternoon, students. Welcome back to WAFERS Summer Course 2021, organized by Chemical Engineering Department of Universitas Gadjah Mada. It is such an honor for all of us to welcome you to our 6th class.
First of all, let us introduce ourselves to our dear student today. My name is Aletea and my colleague.
Yosafa Theo, we will be the master of ceremony that will guide today's event.
In order to maintain the neatness and comfort of this event, we would like to remind all of the students to mute your mic during the event unless permitted by our crew. And we hope you listen to the whole event earnestly.
Universitas Gadjah Mada pays close attention to safety in every activity. So it is fitting for us to read the safety procedure in our event today. Currently, we are in our respective rooms. Pay attention to the direction of the nearest door that can be used in an emergency case. When doing an evacuation, please remain calm, stay alert, and follow health protocols.
Before going further to the main event, we would like to read our today's agenda.
For today's class, we will discuss green energy sources. There are 3 distinguished lecturers for this topic that will specifically talk about green energy sources.
There is also ice breaking between the speaker session.
After the discussion, students can give questions to the speakers through sending the question to the Zoom chat or gently raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and we will ask you to unmute your microphone and ask the question by yourself.
Now, without further ado, we would like to welcome Mr. Maulana Gilang Nugraha, SPM Inc., as the moderator who will guide the course of our discussion today.
Before that, we would like to present a brief profile of our moderator today.
Mr. Maul has joined as a faculty member in the Chemical Engineering Department since 2016. He received his bachelor and master degree in chemical engineering from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Currently, Mr. Maulana Gilang is pursuing his PhD in Chalmers University of Technology, Sweden. His main teaching interest focuses on physical modeling and chemical engineering. He is also active as a member of Chemical Product Technology and System Engineering Research Group. Together with his research group, he works on developing mathematical models to enhance the fundamental analysis in chemical engineering phenomena and innovation in technology through process simulation. And that's all for the brief. Right now, we would like to welcome Mr. Maul. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for Theo and Alethea. And also thanks for the committee who have invited me as moderator today. And hello everyone. As has been introduced that my name is Maulana Gilang Nugraha, and you can call me Maulana. And today I will try to lead the today discussion in WAFERS. And as planned that we will have 3 insightful and outstanding speakers who will share their experiences in today's class. And I already saw that 3 of our speakers have been joining us in this room. So I would like to welcome for Dr. Shed, Dr. Yi Wong, and Dr. Ferry Anggoro to WAFERS. And to begin with, we will have our first speaker from University Technology of Mara, Malaysia. He is Dr. Syed Shatir Ashad Hassan. And before he begins with his presentation, I would gladly to read briefly about his background. So Dr. Syed Shatir Ashad Hassan is the director of the Business Innovation and Technology Commercialization Center or BITCOM at University Technology Mara, Malaysia. He graduated from University of Technology Mara, majoring in industrial engineering. And then he took a bachelor degree at Newcastle University in England. He got his PhD at Curtin University of Technology, Australia. And currently he is also an active lecturer for almost 11 years at University Technology Mara, who is now he is an associate professor at the same university also since 2019. And being an associate professor, Dr. Syed Satir Asyad Hassan has actively published 59 publications and involved in 3 different projects that are related with renewable energy topics, biomass conversion, environment protection, and catalysis. So that's a brief introduction of Dr. Syed. And now let's us greet Dr. Syed. Hello, Dr. Syed. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mr.
Yeah.
Maulana. Yes,
How,
can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing?
Good, good. Yourself?
Yes, me too. So thank you very much to join with us today.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. I think this is second time for me to join WAFERS summer
WAFERS, all
course.
right. Hope it will be continue for next years.
Yeah, inshallah.
So you will present something related with the overview of biomass thermochemical conversion, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it will be very interesting topic. So are you ready with your presentation now?
Yes, I will share my slide.
All right.
And I think before that, allow me to turn off the camera just to
All right.
save the bandwidth. Yeah.
Okay then. Yes, then if you already prepared that, so the screen and the time is yours now, Dr. Syed. Please, thank you
Okay,
very much.
can you see my slides clearly?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Maulana. Let me begin my presentation. First of all, thank you very much again, UGM, for inviting me to this WAFERS summer course. So my lecture today will be on biomass thermochemical conversion. And this is quite an introductory to this topic, depending on your level and the area of your study currently. So maybe some of you may find this a little bit advanced, but some of you may find this very basic or introductory. Yeah. So this is the outline of my lecture today. We will begin with the definition of biomass, and then we will look at the components inside the biomass, and I will discuss on some properties of biomass, which is important for thermochemical conversion. And we will look at the biomass utilization and the biomass conversion processes before we go in a little bit detail on thermochemical conversion of biomass. So I will discuss on the 3 main thermochemical conversion process, which is pyrolysis, combustion, and gasification. And finally, I will talk to you about some challenges in biomass thermochemical conversion. All right. So let's begin with the definition. What is biomass? So is there any participant who would like to share with me what is biomass? So I prefer this session to be an interactive session. So maybe anyone would like to tell this class what is biomass? Don't worry, I have your list of names here. Masita Dindariani. Masita, can you share with us what is biomass? Are you with us? If not, then we'll call another participant, right? Rabiatul Adawiyah. Rabiatul Adawiyah.
Hello.
Yes, Rabiatul. Can you share with us what do you know about biomass?
Biomass is a residue from the process. A part of residue from the process. For
What type of
example,
process?
For palm oil mill process, the residue is palm oil mill effluents, or maybe the EFB empty food branch, and maybe trunk from the palm oil.
Okay. Do we have Dwi Indah Lestari here? Or maybe Evita Maulida Rahma. Yeah, I'm just checking whether you are here or maybe go somewhere. Okay, Jeannie Ko. Jeannie.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Very fine.
Okay.
So I think the biomass is an organic that made from the materials such as the living things like the plants or animals.
Okay, so it's an organic material from plants and animals. Yeah. So it's all right. Now I share with you my definition of biomass, which is very close to what Jeannie have just said just now. Okay. So the definition of biomass is basically it's all the non-fossilized, it's non-fossilized and biodegradable organic material originating from animals and plants and microorganisms. Yeah. So here the main keywords here is non-fossilized. What is fossil then? Irfani Abdullah. Are you with us, Irfani?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Tell us what is fossil. I cannot hear you. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I have to connect my speaker first.
Okay. What is fossil? Okay, maybe some other participant may help him. Henry Susilo.
Yeah. For me, fossil is like preserve the remaining of organisms that is hard to decompose by microorganisms.
Okay, so basically fossil come from the word, a very classical Latin word, yeah, which literally means you obtain by digging. Yeah? So it forms from the buried remains of plants and animals that lived millions of years ago. So compared to the biomass also originating from plants and animals, but in the present times. Yeah? So that what makes the difference between biomass and the fossil fuel. And the biomass can also include the products, byproducts, residues, as what one of our friends told us just now, and also waste, from agriculture activities, from forestry and other related industries, as well as all the non-fossilized and biodegradable organic fractions from waste that we obtain, whether it is industrial waste or also municipal waste. So if you look at the examples given here, number one, we have the forestry residue, right? Number two, the wood chips. Then number three is the oil palm biomass. It's very widely known in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand. And number four, we have wheat straw. And number five, we have municipal solid waste, or MSW. Okay. And number six, we have sugarcane bagas, right? And number seven, what is number seven? Anyone can tell? Jonas Cristanto?
I think it's liquid phase waste from industry, or I don't know, from a waterway, or even a manure. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a byproduct from wastewater treatment, where we call it sewage sludge.
Okay.
Right? And then number 8 is cow manure. So it's waste from animals. Okay. When we talk about biomass, normally the traditional biomass are plant-based, originated from the plants. But some of them are not the traditional one. Okay, especially the sewage sludge. I'm currently working a lot on sewage sludge, so I will share a little bit more about sewage sludge. Sewage sludge is sometimes also called a semi-biomass. Previously, not many people are interested on sewage sludge, but just recently, more people are becoming interested in the sewage sludge because of the quantity it is produced nowadays, due to our population growth, economic growth. So, for example, few years back, even if you look at the China only, they produce about 20 ton of sewage sludge, 20 million ton, if I'm not mistaken, in sewage sludge. So sewage sludge has a very big problem right now. So now more and more people are interested to convert sewage sludge into something useful. Okay. Then what is the components of biomass? Okay. Khairil Ahya. Khairil? Are you here? And what about Larissa? Larissa Wibowo. Can you share with us? Mr. Khairil Ahya, are you here? Okay, no worries. I'll continue this presentation. Okay, can everyone hear me? Yeah?
Yes, can hear you well.
Okay, all right. No problem. We will continue. Okay, hang on. It's a bit slow here. Okay, so this is the main components of biomass, right? Firstly, it made up of the plant's wall component, yeah, cell wall components of the plants that provide the structural strength to the plant. So these include the cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. And also we have the extractive. Yeah? This may include the substance in vegetable and animal tissue, such as protein, starch, and sugar. And we also have inorganic components inside the biomass. Yeah? So this come from the nutrient of the plants, yeah? The soil, and in the case of industrial waste, probably comes from many other sources. Yeah, so this may include heavy metals as well. Okay, if you look at different type of biomass, they have a different percentage of cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, extractive, and ash. Yeah? For example, rice straw. Rice straw have high percentage of ash compared to other biomass. Okay. Now we move to the properties of the biomass. Right? So these are the properties that is important for thermochemical conversion. Firstly is the proximate composition. So proximate means it's just approximation. It's not the very detailed composition. So it based on a broad measurement of the cross components of biomass. Yeah. So this include the moisture, volatile matter, and then we have fixed carbon and ash composition. So basically, proximate composition is usually we express in mass basis, and we use a standard method for this to determine the proximate approximation, where we call it a proximate analysis. Okay, how we do this? Firstly, we want to know the moisture content. So we heat up the biomass slightly above the boiling point of water in order to drive off all the water content. Right? So we heat up for a certain time at around 105, 110 degrees C, and then we can see the changes in the weight of the biomass. So there we get the biomass or moisture content of the biomass. And then after that, we slowly heating up the biomass up to 950 degrees C, slowly and slowly under inert atmosphere. So when you heat up the biomass, some the volatile components will be volatilized, right, leaving the biomass solid, and the residue is what we call a fixed carbon plus ash. So in order to know the ash content, we burn the residues left, right, in oxygen at high temperature, 700 degrees C, for example. And this will give you the ash content, and finally the fixed carbon you can get by difference. Then we have the ultimate composition of biomass. So ultimate composition is the more detailed or more precise determination of biomass composition based on the elemental composition of the biomass. And we normally Sorry. And we normally perform this analysis using elemental analyzer. So there are different bases that we can present our results. Okay. So the as received normally we only refer to the moisture content using the as received or wet basis, right? And then we have the dry basis where we deduct the moisture content, and 100% is based on the CHO and S plus ash. And we also have sometimes we report in terms of dry and ash free basis. So this only the elemental composition, the carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and sulfur. Okay, another thing that is important, the property of biomass that's important is the heating value of the biomass. Okay, so usually we get the heating value from using bomb calorimeter. It will give you the numbers or the value, the calorific value of the biomass. Or you can also calculate based on some correlation. For example, Dulong's formula or Chaniwala and Parikh's formula, in order to get approximation of heating value of biomass. Once you know the ultimate and approximate composition of the biomass. Okay, this is some comparison. Okay, some comparison of approximate composition of biomass. And I also compare it with the coal, different rank of coal. So if you can see, biomass is very rich in volatile matter, right? And it's compared to coal, the volatile matter in biomass is much higher, right? Especially if you compare with the higher rank of coal. So the higher the rank of the coal, you will get more fixed carbon. But overall, the ash content of this is plant-based biomass. Most of them are plant-based biomass. The ash content is lower compared to the coal. Okay, this is the ultimate composition of biomass. So different biomass have different composition, in terms of elemental composition. And if you look at the oxygen components in biomass, it is much higher compared to coal, right? And also hydrogen also is slightly higher than coal. Okay, this is the finding, the analysis done in our laboratory. This is for sewage sludge. That's why I want to show you the difference. Sewage sludge, or it's called a semi-biomass, compared to other traditional biomass. Firstly, the moisture content is very high in sewage sludge. This is the dewatered sewage sludge. Even after the dewatering process, sewage sludge still contains 70 to 80% moisture. So if you take the raw sewage sludge, then the moisture content is much higher, maybe up to 97–98%. Okay, but on the dry basis, so the volatile matter component, fixed carbon, is comparable to other biomass, but the ash is slightly higher than other biomass, because these inorganic components in sewage sludge come from many sources, including whatever we use at home, our personal care products, And then maybe some of the sewage sludge also contains the wastewater from industry. So, and then the wastewater treatment process also utilize some kind of chemicals. So that's why the ash content in sewage sludge is slightly higher compared to the other biomass. Yeah. So this, the ash content and the moisture content brings very challenging task, yeah, for us to use the thermochemical conversion process for sewage sludge. So we need to have a different strategy for sewage sludge if you want to use the thermal process to convert it into valuable products. Okay, this is the heating value, the heating value of biomass, and also compare with coal. So on a dry basis, basically sewage sludge have or biomass, have the heating value comparable to lower rank coal. And then another important aspect we can look at the properties of biomass is based on the Van Crevelen diagram. Okay, so Van Crevelen diagram gives you the idea about the ratio of hydrogen to carbon ratio and also oxygen to carbon ratio in biomass and other solid fuel. Okay, so as I showed you before, biomass has more oxygen components and hydrogen component compared to coal. So the HC ratio and OC ratio for biomass is a little bit higher here, right? So that's why some of the process we do, the pre-treatment process, we can do to lower down the HC ratio and OC ratio to make the biomass closer to the properties of coal. So this process is called torrefaction. So I will touch a little bit on torrefaction later. Okay, this is the CHNOS components in sewage sludge. So basically, if you compare with other biomass, sewage sludge has more nitrogen content, because it may come from the food, the protein from the food, waste food, and so on. Okay, right. And this is the heating value. As I said before, we can calculate the heating value if we know the ultimate and proximate composition of biomass. So it's not that big difference from the measurement using the analytical techniques here. And so this is just an approximation using the calculation. So I just show you the comparison between the HHV obtained using the calculation method and also the analytical method. Okay, next we will talk about biomass as a renewable source. Okay, so for the energy production, currently we still relying on fossil fuel, whereby 78% of our energy come from the fossil resources, natural gas, crude oil, and coal, and only 19% made of the renewables. So, and then out of the renewables, 9.3% from the biomass, okay, and the rest are quite small compared to biomass. And we have another type of renewable energy. We have solar, we have hydropower, geothermal, and wind. So can anyone explain to me what's the difference or maybe advantages of biomass as a renewable energy, renewable sources compared to other renewable sources like solar or wind. Let me call someone from this group. Okay, Daniel Ortiz. Daniel?
Hello?
Yes, Daniel. Just give us your opinion on the difference biomass versus other renewable sources.
Actually, biomass is a kind of solar energy because the plants and animals take energy from the photosynthesis from the sun, and they convert the solar energy in a kind of chemical energy because they make compounds as lipids, protein, carbohydrates. So they use the solar energy for like storage energy in for of these compounds. That's my opinion.
Okay, as renewable sources, what's the advantage or the difference between biomass and others?
Oh, the advantage is renewable energy is renewable. I mean, not renewable energy, they have a limit. So, for example, for oil, coal, natural gas, we have maybe 100, 200, or 300 years use of the resource. But renewable energy, we have no limit. I mean, we have the sun, so we have unlimited sun. We have sunny days. Wind, there are no limit with the wind, also with the geothermal. But with oil, there are a limit with the oil in the whole world. There are a limit in the carbon. So maybe in the next 100 years, they begin to come critic because the oil get habis.
Okay, thank you,
It
Daniel.
will be okay.
Right. Okay. Maybe Chi He, are you here? From Has, yeah.
There is someone that raising his hand, Dr. Shia. Uche.
Who's that? Cannot see you.
You might talk.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, Professor, and good evening, everyone.
Yes. Uche, yeah.
Okay, so okay, and in my opinion, I feel biomass is kind of abundant. Why? Because due to weather, there could be unavailability of the solar energy, that's the sun, right? And also due to the changes in the season, water levels could be low, which could also affect hydropower. And also the same applies to wind. But resources for biomass, humans will always consume food. And because of this, there will always be waste, which makes resources for biomass abundant.
So you mean the biomass supply is more constant compared to others, which is seasonal?
Yes.
Okay. And another thing, if we compare with other renewable sources, biomass is the only renewable sources that is close to the fossil resources, in terms of the hydrocarbon content in the biomass. So for example, solar and wind can give you electricity, but they cannot give you another type of fuel that is currently we produce using the fossil resources. For example, in terms of the transportation fuel, so biomass has carbon, hydrogen, so that we can utilize it to produce not only the electricity, but also other type of fuel. So meaning that biomass is more versatile resources.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Okay, biomass utilization, you know, some people use biomass for a low value products, as an mulching material in the agricultural activities, or convert to very low value product like these tables, the wood products. But biomass can also be used to produce the high value products, electricity, chemicals, and fuels. So this is the target in the biomass conversion process. So basically, as we know, fossil fuel take million years before it can be used to generate fuels, chemicals, power, and also materials. In the biomass conversion, our aim is to reduce the time taken, right, from the million years to 0 years, using the process to produce fuels, chemical, power, and materials, and also from the original materials, plant and animals. So we don't have to take million years to wait, million years to produce. So this is the biomass conversion process. So biomass conversion process, there are basically two platforms. I call it two platforms or two routes of biomass conversion. One is the biochemical conversion. So biochemical meaning that you utilize the living cells of organisms and also its components like the bacteria and then the enzyme, in order to decompose the biomass, right? And another route is the thermochemical conversion route. So thermochemical meaning that you utilize heat and also the chemical reaction. Okay. So biochemical conversion, we have the digestion of the biomass, or sometimes it's referred as anaerobic digestion, right? To produce, the main target is the biogas, and then we have fermentation to obtain bioethanol. And through thermochemical conversion, we have the three main process here, which is pyrolysis, which can give you bio-oil or biochar, depending on the type of pyrolysis you use. And then gasification is aimed to produce syngas, or sometimes we refer it as a producer gas. So syngas is basically a mixture containing a majority of CO and hydrogen, which we can utilize further the syngas to produce chemicals. We can also produce fuel from there. And the producer gas also can be used to generate heat. Okay. And then we have the combustion, direct combustion of the biomass to produce heat. So this is the lowest efficient type of process. Okay, what's the difference between pyrolysis, gasification, and combustion? So pyrolysis is the thermal decomposition of biomass in the absence of air or oxygen. There is no presence of oxygen in the reaction. Okay, and then we have gasification with limited air or partial oxygen in there, and combustion where we have excess air in the reaction. Okay, so all of this process will generate three types of products usually. For example, pyrolysis, you have the bio-oil, you have flue gas that coming up from the process, and the char. But the main aim of the pyrolysis, especially the fast pyrolysis process, is to obtain the bio-oil. Okay, once you obtain the bio-oil, you can use different route for its utilization. You can use bio-oil to synthesize or to upgrade it to another transportation fuel, or you can also synthesize chemicals from the bio-oil. Okay, and you can also produce electricity from bio-oil through different method. And then the gasification, the gasification is aimed to produce the syngas, and then syngas can also be used to synthesize chemicals and transportation fuel, and it also can be used to generate electricity, for example, using turbine, engine, fuel cell, and definitely the boiler, right? And then combustion is basically just the heat. So the main things that we want from the combustion is the heat, so that we can use to heat up the boiler and then generate the electricity. Another type of pyrolysis, we also have liquefaction, torrefaction, and carbonization. I will not touch in details on this. So torrefaction is basically actually a pre-treatment of the biomass. As I showed before, in order to reduce the HC ratio and OC ratio of the biomass, so to improve the solid fuel properties of the biomass, we can use torrefaction. And torrefaction is also known as mild pyrolysis. Okay, so it was done around 200 and 300 degrees C. And another pyrolysis is also carbonization. Carbonization is probably the very old technology. That is also pyrolysis, and it takes long days to produce charcoal instead of other products. So that is also a kind of pyrolysis. And then liquefaction. Liquefaction, sometimes we can refer it as hydrothermal liquefaction. So we use high pressure in order to convert the biomass into a liquid product. Okay, now we look at the pyrolysis. So what is pyrolysis? So pyro means heat, while lysis means the breakdown. So meaning that the pyrolysis is the use of heat to break down the biomass components. So what happened when we feed the biomass into our reactor at high temperature? The first thing that will happen is the dehydration. All the moisture content will be released. Okay, and if we increase the temperature further, then some of the organic compounds will start to decompose. So this will create or will generate what we call volatile products and the solid product. The solid product is called char, where it has organics component in there, carbon mostly, and also inorganic in there, the ash content in there. And the volatile is known as the primary volatile, and the process dehydration and devolatilization is called the primary pyrolysis. So what is the content in the primary volatile? Is steam, and we have some light gases, for example, hydrogen, CO2, and CH4. And we have also heavy hydrocarbon, which is we call tar. Okay, and this tar is very unstable. So if we retain the volatile in the reactor further, then it will go to the secondary pyrolysis, where this unstable volatile will be cracked further to generate a more stable tar compound and also light gases. And if we condense this vapor, then we will have the bio oil, and we also have the permanent gas, the light gases, hydrogen, CO, CO2, CH4, and other light hydrocarbons. And the residue, the solid residue, is called char. So mostly they have carbon and inorganic compound in there. Okay, now we see what happened during the decomposition. So as we know, biomass has cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, right, as a main component. So when we heat up the biomass, the lignin can decompose as low at a temperature as low as around 180 degrees C, but okay, the temperature range for lignin decomposition is quite big, and the decomposition is quite slow. It can go up until 900 degrees C. Okay. And then we have hemicellulose, which decompose around 200 to 300 degrees C. And cellulose decompose at around 300 to 400 degrees C. Okay. This is how the decomposition of different components in biomass takes place. So this is the results from thermogravimetric analysis, or TGA, and also the derivative TGA. Okay. There are certain parameters that will determine not only the properties, but also the product distribution from the pyrolysis. So there are three main parameters that is important here. First is the operating temperature. Second is the heating rate. And the other is the residence time. Okay. So on the right hand side, right, we have higher residence time, okay, long residence time, and very high heating rate. Okay. And on the left, we have low heating rate and short residence time. Yeah. Okay. So, for example, if we want to optimize the production of liquid, then we need to use a very fast heating rate and slightly shorter residence time, because this is to avoid the secondary pyrolysis. As you see before, the primary pyrolysis will continue to the secondary pyrolysis. Yeah. So in order to optimize the production of liquid, then whether we use a rapid quenching of the volatiles, we quickly bring down the temperature, or we use a shorter residence time in order to avoid the secondary pyrolysis reaction. Otherwise, we will have more gas in there. So this is just a basic introduction on that. And there are various types of reactors, or we call a pyrolyzer, used. And this mostly the difference are based on how you feed the biomass, yeah, and how you control the reaction inside there. We have the fluidized bed, we have the fixed bed, we have Auger reactor. And we have other types like rotary ablative type of reactor. Or maybe I will not go in detail on this reactor types. Okay, and then this is the properties of char, right? So at high heating rate, you have less char compared to the low heating rate. And then these are the composition of the char, where you have very high concentration or percentage of carbon compared to other components. And this is the properties of bio oil, and I compare this with the properties of heavy oil. Okay. Firstly, if you look at the water content, bio oil has more water content. Yeah. And the other thing is that it has higher oxygen content. So this brings some disadvantage to the bio oil, right? And because of that, you need to upgrade the bio oil. So there are process of upgrading the bio oil, which I believe the second speaker, Dr. Yi Wang, will talk on this. Yeah? And roughly this is the composition of the bio oil. You can see there are different class of chemicals in the bio oil. We have acid, esters, alcohol, ketones, sugars, phenols, glycols, and all many other chemicals in bio oil. And this is the combustion, right? From the pyrolysis, we go to combustion. So pyrolysis is actually also the first step in other thermochemical conversion, liquefaction, combustion, gasification, carbonization, all of them start with the pyrolysis. So if you can see here, the first step in the combustion is also a pyrolysis, okay, the dehydration and then the devolatilization. Okay, once you have the volatile release from your biomass, and then with the presence of oxygen and the heat, then the vapor will be combusted, and then you got the flame, right? And this will release the heat, right? And then the ash remaining in the solid will melt, and finally you have the char combustion, and lastly you only have the ash left in the combustion process. Okay, so overall this process will release the heat. Okay, what about the gasification? Okay, we still have some few more minutes. Yeah. Okay. As I explained before, right? The first step is the pyrolysis, the dehydration and devolatilization. So what happened in the gasification? Gasification is actually a continuation from the pyrolysis, similar to the combustion, but here you do not have the excess air compared to the combustion. You have a partial air or some other gasifying agents, and this will extend the pyrolysis process. So some of the common gasifying agents are steam, air, CO2, or sometimes you use the combination of air and steam or with CO2, depending on the process. So there are some advantage and disadvantage of this gasifying agent. So in order to compensate these disadvantages, then sometimes we can combine the use of the gasifying agents. Okay, this is the first step. Same, we have the pyrolysis, right? The release of the volatiles, and we have the char. But now with the gasifying agents, there is a reaction involving the volatiles and also the reaction involving the char. Okay, so we have the gas phase reaction, okay, vapor phase reaction involving the cracking of tar, and we have other gas-gas reactions in there. I will show you what are the main reactions in the gasification, and we have the gas-solid reactions. Okay, this is a drying and devolatilization, and then we have the cracking of the tar. This is endothermic process, and this is based on the action of heat. Yeah, so some of the primary tar will be cracked into light gases, and also secondary tar. Okay, and then we have the gas-gas reactions involving the volatiles that release from the biomass. Okay, this include the decomposition of the tar or the secondary tar into light hydrocarbons. And then we have the partial oxidation of hydrocarbon. We have hydrogen oxidation. We have CO oxidation, and we have methane oxidation. And then we have the reforming reaction, dry reforming, meaning that the reaction between the hydrocarbon with CO2. And then we have steam reforming, reaction of hydrocarbon with steam. And we have water gas shift reaction, reaction between CO and steam. And we have a methanation reaction involving carbon monoxide and hydrogen. So this takes place in the gas phase. And then we have the gas solid reactions involving the char, right? So this is carbon oxidation. We have partial oxidation. We have Baudot reaction, the reaction between carbon and CO2. And we have steam gasification of char. And we have also hydrogasification, the reaction of char with hydrogen. And inside the reactor, normally we have 4 different zones in gasification reactor, or we call gasifier. The first, we have the drying zone. And then we have the pyrolysis zone or devolatilization zone. And then we have oxidation zone. And finally, we have reduction or gasification zone. And based on these operating zones, so we can have a different configuration of reactor. So the main type of reactor, we have updraft gasifier, and we have downdraft gasifier and fluidized bed gasifier. And the differences in these 3 types of reactor normally based on how the biomass make contact with the gasification agent. Okay, the first one, we have updraft gasifier. Okay, in updraft gasifier, biomass is fed from the top. Okay, and our preheated air will be fed from the very bottom of the reactor. Okay, so once biomass enter the reactor, it will go to the drying zone, and then it will drop to the pyrolysis zone, where biomass start to decompose to form volatile and also the char. Okay, so the heated air from the bottom, okay, will react with the components from the devolatilization of biomass. Okay, so we have the combustion zone. Okay, the reaction between the air with the vapor from pyrolysis, and we have the reduction zone, where the gas solid reaction takes place. So this is the char gasification zone. So
Pardon,
in the downdraft gas, yeah.
I'm sorry, sorry to interrupt. That I just want to remind you that you still have like about 3 to 4 minutes left.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I will go very quickly in this gasification reactor. So you know that different configuration of reactor, meaning that the difference is based on how the gasification agent get contact with the biomass and its decomposition products. Okay, so this is some of the results from different type of biomass and using different type of gasifier and different operating condition, different gasifying agents. Okay. Then I will go a little bit more on the parameters that's significant in gasification. Firstly, we have the equivalent ratio. So equivalent ratio is the ratio between the air fed to the gasifier and the stoichiometric flow rate that is required for the complete combustion. Okay. So normally, if you have a low equivalent ratio, this will result in high tar and char formation because of the incomplete gasification. But if you have if you use the very high equivalent ratio, then this will result in the excessive production of complete combustion products, which is CO2 and H2O. So we need to get in the middle. We need to find the right ER so that we can have lower tar, but also we do not want the product of complete combustion. Yeah? And then another parameters that is important is the steam to biomass ratio. Okay, so steam will enhance hydrogen production, but the use of steam will normally requires more energy because it's an endothermic process. And then we have other parameters like temperature and addition of catalytic materials. Okay, so we can have catalytic materials fed either in the reactor, or we can have another catalytic bed outside of the gasifier. Okay, so the problem with gasification is actually the presence of tar. So as I showed you before, how the tar is formed. So some of the tar is not fully converted or decomposed to light gases during the gasification. So this tar, if it condenses, then it will cause a problem, especially on the downstream process. So it will block and cause damage to our equipment. So there are different definition of tar, right? I can show you here. There are primary, secondary, and tertiary. And then for every application of the gas that we produce, there are some limit for tar concentration. For example, if you want to use the gas for gas turbine, it requires tar concentration lower than 5 milligram per nm meter cube, right? And even some processes require very, very small concentration of tar in the gas, right? So what do we need is we need a tar elimination strategy in the gasification. So normally there are two types of tar elimination, whether it is in situ, meaning that during the reaction inside the reactor, right? And either we change the operating temperature or we use the catalytic materials inside the reactor, or we can have the ex situ tar elimination strategies. We can add some other process downstream of the gasification. For example, the thermal cracking, or we have a physical process like filtration. Maybe you have the scrubber and so on. So here, this diagram shows our recent design of gasification, right, for oil palm biomass, where we have integrated the gasification with other downstream process, catalytic reformer, we have cyclone, and we have a water scrubber and gas filter in order to bring the tar concentration to a very minimum. So the gas that we obtain here is very clean and very high heating value. Okay, so these are some challenges in the thermochemical conversion. Okay, first is the challenge in terms of the biomass collection, transportation, and storage because of the properties of the biomass, right? They are scattered everywhere, and then they are bulky. They have moisture content, so this will bring difficulty for the transportation. So if you transport highly moisture biomass, meaning that you basically transport half of the water actually. And then in terms of storage, because of biodegradability of biomass, so it also causes some problem there. And then poor grindability. This is difficult for some biomass because of the fibrous nature of biomass. Difficult to grind into small size for the feeding into the reactor, right? So it will cause a feeding problem because we want size that is small enough because we want to achieve high heating rate, and also we want to obtain a better product distribution. That's why we need a small size of biomass. But because of its properties, then this also brings some difficulty. But there are certain types of reactor design that allows this problem to be solved. And then the hygroscopic nature, they tend to absorb the moisture, and then they have high moisture content. Again, this will bring problems not only on the transportation but also on the reaction itself. So it requires more energy to dry the biomass before the process. And then, for example, the bio oil may contain high moisture content as well. And then another problem is due to the inorganic component. So when you have high inorganic component, this will increase the risk of ash deposition in your reactor, right? And another challenge is the product characteristics. The products are not easily be used for another application. You need additional process to make the products ready for other application. So these are all some challenges on the thermochemical conversion. So if you want to read further, there's a paper that I wrote on thermochemical conversion. Even though this paper is focusing on sewage sludge, but you can get the information on the fundamental of thermochemical conversion, pyrolysis, gasification, and combustion, and it's applied to all other solid fuel, biomass, coal. So this will give you more idea about that, right? So I think that's all from me today. So if you have any question, then we can have a discussion.
Yes, thank you very much for very insightful presentation from Dr. Syed Satir Asyad Hassan. And now it's a time for Q&A session, and I already have several questions that has been written in the chat column actually. So yeah, I would like to read the first question here from Gini Koh. What are the challenging in scaling up or commercializing the process of biomass to become the fuels power in industrial? What kinds of implementation can be conducted in order to encourage the processing of biomass?
Okay, I think I have covered a little bit on the challenges on the biomass. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, basically, the the main challenge is due to its properties. Yeah? Not only for the transportation, but there are also some challenge in terms of the feeding of the biomass into the reactor, because in a small scale reactor, it's much easier to carry out the process. But when you have a bigger reactor, then it will give some problems to the reactor.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's already been answered with your last two slides, right? So yeah, we can move to the another question, I think. So how can I determine whether the grade of the bio oil that I produce is marketable for certain sectors or markets?
There are certain standards, yeah, for the bio oil or any type of fuel oil. So we can refer to that standards. So there are requirement for every properties of the fuel oil that we are going to use. So if the bio oil that we produce does not meet that standard, meaning that we need a further upgrading process for this bio oil in order to make it useful. Yeah.
All right, so it's usually not a one process, right? So it's need more process even after that.
Yeah,
gasification of
the one
right?
the process, the one that I show is the very basic process of obtaining the bio oil, but in order to upgrade it, then it requires another process, which I think Dr. Yi will discuss on this later.
All right. Yes, thank you, Dr. Shet. So there is another question again in here. When doing a pyrolysis, how do I know the temperature that the hydrocarbon will break down?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
So yeah, when doing a pyrolysis, how do I know that the temperature that maybe that the temperature that has been achieved is sufficient to make the hydrocarbon will break down into maybe the smaller hydrocarbon fragments maybe?
You mean the operating temperature? Or?
Yes. I think this is what the student.
Let me see the questions.
Yes, it's from Safwan Hafizi.
Okay. Actually, there's the temperature profile for the decomposition of the major components of biomass. As you know, lignin starts around 880 and then it completes up to 900 degrees C, right? And then we have hemicellulose start around 200 something until 400. And then we have cellulose around 300 to 400. So we need to find the right temperature to have or to optimize the decomposition of biomass, right?
Yes.
So if the temperature is low, then maybe the decomposition is not optimized. But if we use the temperature that is very high, then it will encourage other process. For example, the secondary pyrolysis. So you will have more gas instead of obtaining the bio oil. So there is always an optimum temperature range, and based on experience, usually it is around the optimum temperature is around 500 degrees C if you want to optimize the production of bio oil.
Okay, so hopefully it can answer the question. I think I saw one of the participant raising his hand, so you might unmute your microphone maybe to ask the question directly.
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Said. I have a few questions.
Can you introduce yourself first?
Okay, my name is Atika. I am from UPM, Malaysia. from your point of view, which approach is better in terms of the economy and also environmental protection, whether using electricity-powered vehicles from non-biomass derived energy or using biomass to produce fuels similar to the fossil-based ones? My second question is, which thermochemical approaches produces the highest value of products?
Highest value of the products. Okay, I answer the second question first. So in terms of high, which thermochemical conversion produce the highest value products? Both can give you high value products. Either you upgrade the bio oil you obtain from the pyrolysis, or if you have a good synthesis process to synthesize chemical and fuel from the syngas that you produce from the gasification. But in terms of the technological readiness, I think the syngas route is more matured process. For example, you already have a very well-established Fischer-Tropsch synthesis process. If you obtain a good ratio of hydrogen to CO, for example. And then the upgrading of the bio oil is a bit complicated. And another thing is the homogeneity of the products from the bio oil. So this gives another complication. It's not easy to control because the product is very heterogeneous, especially when you have a different source of biomass. But once you produce the syngas, right, with the right ratio of the syngas, I think it's much easier for you to upgrade into a high value product. That's my opinion. Maybe Dr. Yi later will have a different opinion on that.
Yes, okay, thank you. And I think we have one last question in here. What is the ideal product we should aim to get during pyrolysis? Will it be solid, liquid, or gas?
Well, it depends on your target. What do you want to get from the pyrolysis? For example, if you just want to use pyrolysis or the biomass as a source of fuel for the combustion, for example, you can just upgrade the biomass using the torrefaction, or you can densify the biomass for easier transportation of the biomass and then use for the combustion process. But if your target is to utilize the product from the bio oil, then probably achieving the optimum production of bio oil should be your target. Or you want to use the char from the pyrolysis, okay, as carbon material for other application, for example, then you will try to get as much as char as possible. So it depends on your target.
All right. Okay, yes.
I think I haven't answered the second question, the first question from Atika.
Okay, yeah, you might ask for it.
What was the question just now? Can you repeat, Atika?
From your point of view, which approach is better in terms of economy and environmental protection, whether using electricity-powered vehicles from non-biomass derived energy or using biomass to produce fuel similar to the fossil-based ones? That's my question.
I think obviously the electrical powered vehicle using non-hydrocarbon based fuel is more attractive, but again I think we still do not have matured process for using it, and through this biomass utilization, I think it's more versatile. Sometimes you can use the existing technology. If you want to use electric vehicle, probably whatever the car that we have right now is no longer suitable. But if we try to tailor the fuel we get from the biomass similar to what we can use for our existing transportation, then it will be better. But in terms of environment, I think, yeah, probably the electric vehicle would be better. I think I'm answering your question.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. So it means that it's hard to balance between the economy and also environment, right?
Yeah, and also the which approach is practical, right? Some approach is ideal, but probably it's not practical at this time. So we need to balance between the practicality and the ideality.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Doctor, may I ask one last question, a very quick one?
Yeah.
Does gasification a batch or continuous process?
Sorry?
Does gasification a batch or continuous process?
So it is probably it's better to have a continuous process. Of course, because based on the gasification reactor design, it requires a continuous feeding of the biomass. So it is, I would say that continuous process rather than a batch. Yeah.
Considering that gasification also has a residence time, so how do we control the residence time of each feeding?
We control by, for example, we can control in terms of the size of the reactor, and then also by using the carrier gas, the flow of the carrier gas, right? So you can control the residence time with the carrier gas as well.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
All right. I think we still have one more, the room for one more question. So okay. It's written in the chat also. Torrefaction for HC ratio balancing. What is it relevance and consequence?
Sorry.
So can you read it directly? So I'm a little bit confused also actually with the question. So torrefaction for H and C balancing, what is it relevance and consequence for?
Whose question is this?
Gabriel, or can you just open the mic and speak directly to Dr. Syed, so it might be clearer. Or is it not a question? There is no question mark there. Gabriel.
What is the relevance and consequence of the torrefaction? Okay, torrefaction is actually the upgrading of the biomass. It's a pre-treatment to upgrade the properties of the biomass. So biomass in its raw properties is very high moisture. It has more oxygen content, more hydrogen content, which is lower its heating value. So if you want to use the biomass as a solid fuel, then you can use torrefaction as a pre-treatment process to upgrade the biomass. So we use moderate pyrolysis condition, 200 to 300 degree. First is to remove the moisture, and then to remove some of the oxygen, hydrogen components in biomass, so that the properties will be more similar to other solid fuel like coal or other type of high grade solid fuel. Yeah?
So it's more to the upgrade the raw material, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I think that's all. There was no further question, and I think we already reached the time limit now. So I think that the Q&A session can be ended now. And to close the session, please give a big applause for Dr. Shatir Ashad Hassan. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's I really enjoy it actually, and I believe that this knowledge that you share to us will be very useful for all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Doctor.
Mr. Maulana, the
Yes.
moderator, and also enjoy the next presentation from my best friend, Mr. Yuang.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So then we will move to the second session for today's module. And for the second session, we will have also an outstanding speaker from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, China. He is Dr. Yi Wang. And before he begins with his presentation, I will gladly to read briefly about his background. So yeah, Dr. Yi Wang is an associate professor in State K Laboratory of Coal Combustion, School of Energy and Power Engineering, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, China. He received his bachelor and master in thermal power engineering from HUST in 2006 and 2009. He got his PhD in chemical engineering from Curtin University, Australia in 2012. And he also received a postdoctoral research fellowship at Fuels and Energy Technology Institute, Curtin University during 2012 until 2014. So his research interests have been focused on thermochemical conversion technologies for coal and biomass, hydrocarbon waste to renewable biofuels, and value-added carbonaceous materials. So yeah, that's a brief introduction for our second speaker. So now let's greet our second speaker. Hello, Dr. Yi Wang.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Very good, thank you. So
Yeah,
it's very excited, and it seems you guys did a very good research work about biomass, according to the question you just raised up. And just like Dr. Said introduced, we shared a long, I think it's 3 years in Curtin University. And then Dr. Said spent 1 year working with me in Huazhong University in Wuhan. So we did cooperate a long time doing the research about biomass utilization. And it is a very hot topic and still attracting a lot of researchers. So it is my greatest honor because in 2018, I also, 2018, I also participate this very impressive activity in Indonesia. And this time, the reason you guys all know, due to the pandemic, so we cannot meet face to face, but I also very happy we can have this chance to meet virtually. And thanks for the introduction, and I will start. Okay, so I have a question. How long I have?
So you have about 50 to 55 minutes.
To talk about the lecture, right?
Yeah, you're right. And then we will move to Q&A about 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let's start, okay? All right, so I will share my screen. So probably I will also stop my camera. So before I start, actually, Dr. Said just remind me for the review paper. So can everyone see this?
Yes.
All right. So this is the paper Dr. Said published in actually when he was in Huazhong University. This is a very good review paper about the thermochemical processing of sewage sludge. Of course, it is also applicable to biomass as well. So as you can see, there is a, trough. So which means this is highly cited paper. Yeah. Highly cited paper. Okay. So in the meantime, I also want to introduce some review paper to help you guys to quickly understood what we were doing and what currently the hot topic about biomass utilization. So one is the coke formation during thermal treatment of bio-oil. So you guys probably can take a note about this. And another one is a very new subject. Probably part of you guys know the upgrading of bio-oil is compulsory because of the quality of the bio-oil. And very recently, people introduce electrocatalytic method to the bio-oil upgrading. So this is also a paper review due to the limited researches have done. So this is mini review. So this is also very interesting paper. And another one is the Raman spectroscopy for the investigation of thermochemical processing of coal, biomass, and waste. So this is all I published about this issue. So before I start, probably just you can take a note about these papers. So first of all, I want to take this chance to introduce HAST. Okay, because I think this is not only the chance to learn knowledge, it's a chance to exchange our ideas and know each other's. So can you hear the voice? Can you hear the audio?
Not yet, doctor.
Can you see the video?
Yeah, I can see the video, but not the
so you cannot
audio.
You cannot hear the sound, right?
No.
Okay, so how can I share the sound? I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Sharing audio maybe, or?
Where is it? Okay, here. All right.
To forge ahead.
So it's,
from the campus,
okay,
right?
Yes.
Yes. Right. Repeat again, maybe.
Founded in 1952, HUST, now a key comprehensive university in China, is one of the first universities approved under the National Double First Class Initiative, China's excellence initiative for higher education institutions. The university is located in the city of Wuhan, a megacity with rich history and picturesque landscape. Also a major traffic hub and high-tech powerhouse in central China. Established as a vibrant and diverse community, HUST infuses the passions and pursuits of nearly 60,000 students and faculty from across the country and around the world, pushing them to grow and prosper in this university in the forest. The university boasts a full range of academic disciplines, comprising 10 major categories that range from its traditional strengths of engineering, medicine, and its fast-growing science departments, to distinctive social science and humanities, such as journalism and philosophy. In recent years, HUST has enhanced its focus on the development of 11 discipline clusters, with an aim to ultimately establish an organic, multidisciplinary ecosystem to spur the frontier exploration of knowledge and innovation. It is an institution marked by original innovation and major scientific breakthroughs. Consider just these 4 national laboratories and research institutes, These are like 4 shining pearls atop the university's beacon. HUST is committed to creating a favorable environment for students to learn independently and happily, cultivating a spirit of pioneering innovation. This favorable atmosphere of innovative entrepreneurship makes it possible for such a large number of our students and scholars to stand out in all walks of life. A few of many examples include Professor Pei Gongzhong, the originator of development economics, Professor Mengqiao Wu, the pioneer of Chinese hepatobiliary surgery, Mr. Alan Zheng, the developer of WeChat, and Miss Na Li, the accomplished tennis player who rose to number 2 in the world of women's tennis. Throughout its extraordinary 70 years, HUST has actively integrated itself into China's economic development, becoming a vital mainstay of the Yangtze River economic belt. The university continues to establish joint research centers and industrial bases in partnership with local governments and industries across China, and promotes technological transfer to business enterprises, as well as the commercialization of research outcomes flowing from the university's laboratories. The Tongji Medical College, founded by a German doctor, Erich Pollun, in 1907, enjoys its reputation as one of the best med schools in China. It's here that Professor Qiu Fezu, the founding father of modern Chinese surgery, saved countless people's lives with his pioneering approach to surgery, including organ transplant procedures. The university maintains 11 well-established affiliated hospitals, which integrate the functions of medical treatment, teaching, and research, serving as major medical diagnosis and treatment centers for central China. Today, through various university partnership programs, HUST has effectively established an extensive and diversified global partnership network, and it remains committed to building platforms for cultural exchange, as well as joint research to tackle major scientific challenges faced by humanity. Currently, nearly 3,600 international students from all over the world are studying at HUST for exchange and degree study. High-quality international education and diversified overseas study programs complement each other, together creating a bridge for students to explore the world. Every year, over 4,000 HUST students travel overseas to pursue internships, exchanges, or degree study. Today, Huazhong University of Science and Technology declares its own aspiration to provide the best quality education to promising young talents, to serve nation as well as to contribute to global development, and ultimately, to create a more brilliant and splendid future for all humankind to flourish.
Okay, so this is a very short introduction about HUST, and I think everyone knows Wuhan, right? So we did get a very bad time during the pandemic, but we get through it. So I believe we can win this battle to the virus, and hopefully sooner we can see each other face to face, okay? So now I will start my lecture. All right, so the topic of this lecture is biomass pyrolysis and bio-oil. So just like Dr. Said, he already introduced very well about the thermochemical conversion ways of biomass. And I think I will take this chance to intensify some basic knowledges to you. And I will also focus on the part of the knowledge about the bio-oil itself, okay? Sorry. It's a little bit confused here. How can I? All right. Okay. So the content of this lecture will covered by 3 parts. First of all, as I said, I will take this chance to intensify some best knowledges. So it will repeat part of the knowledges Dr. Said just introduced. So this is the overview of biomass and its processing. And the second part is the faster pyrolysis for bio-oil. So just like Dr. Said already introduced about the pyrolysis, and I will focus on the faster pyrolysis. So the target product is the bio-oil. And then I will introduce the bio-oil's property and its application. Of course, it will include the upgrading method. Okay. So this is a figure actually shows us the heavy organic resources, how important of them. So the heavy organic resources include coal, biomass, petroleum, oil shale, plastic, solid waste. So which include how to say all consist by the carbon elements, right? So through the thermochemical conversion ways, just like Dr. Said introduced, which include the combustion, pyrolysis, gasification, and other chemical thermochemical conversions ways, we can convert these heavy organic resources to useful energy, chemicals, materials such as power, heat, syngas, liquid fuels, the chemicals or the carbon materials. So the heavy organic resource account for less than 80% of human available energy, extremely critical for the development of human civilization. So below the figures, we can see how to use the heavy organic resources actually is along the development of our human mankind. For example, in the long time ago, the human drill wood for fire, and these help us to make so difference to the animals, right? So, and then the English people invented the steam locomotive, which actually accelerates the development very quickly. And then in our modern time, we need the electricity, and most of the electricity is how to say converted by the combustion of coal, natural gas, or oil. So in the right of the below part of the figure, this is a movie. Actually, it is talking about in Tesla travel. This is just my fiction. Probably in the near future, maybe we still need the heavy organic resources to help us to do this long distance travel. This is just a guess. Okay, so the meaning is clean, efficient utilization of heavy organic resources determines a better future for mankind. So it is very important for us. So just like Dr. Said already introduced, what is the biomass? We just have a very quick review. So plants can be an attractive energy source. Other sustainable energy sources like solar energy and wind energy can generate large amounts of electric energy. So however, they have an important drawback. So they don't generate electricity when the sun is down or the wind isn't blowing. So this requires that we store part of the energy, maybe in batteries or in a chemical form. For example, by making hydrogen or gasoline from it, right? So an alternative is that we make use of creatures that already managed for billions of years to store the energy from the sun in a chemical forms. So what is it? It's the plant, right? So while photosynthesis, plants convert the photons from the sun into biomass. So we can harvest this biomass and store it until we need it. So biomass is abundantly available to store solar energy. This is the principle, right? So it can act as a natural battery. So we can consider biomass as a natural battery. So of course, if we're talking something, we cannot only focus on its advantages, it also has disadvantages. So it has more advantages from biomass or bioenergy. So bioenergy is the only renewable energy source that can be co-processed with fossil fuels. So which the fossil fuels like coal or petroleum. So in existing energy conversion system, so everybody knows the system for converting fossil fuel is quite mature, right? So the biomass, the most important advantages of biomass or bioenergy is can be easily co-processed with it, right? So this enables a gradual transition to renewable energy supply. So, so many countries recently claim the time, the date when we can reach the climax of the CO2, right? We can reach the society of carbon neutral, as well as Chinese, we claim 2030 and 2016 to reach this target. So, but we need to, how to say, be subjective, and we cannot suddenly change the society to a carbon neutral society, right? So there is a gradual transition period. So in this case, biomass can play a very key role about this. So biomass is formed on a relatively short time scale, while photosynthesis from CO2 and water. So the CO2 is released again in energy conversion system and can then be bonded by the next generation of plants, right? So therefore, one can speak of a carbon neutral fuel. So waste streams and byproducts from, for example, food production can be valorized. So these low value streams can be turned into valuable power, heat, and chemicals. So biomass is already grown for food, animal feed, and natural fibers and wood applications. So it is rather easily accessible, and people have experience in dealing with this source. So the growing and harvest of biomass for energy use can enhance rural economic development while the creation of additional jobs. So this leads to extra income for rural regions. So you might know that there is a worldwide trend of people leaving the countryside and moving to the cities. So energy from biomass may help in counteracting that trend. So this is also very important. So for obtaining energy from biomass, mostly non-scary material are used. In contrast, several other major sustainable energy sources make use of rare materials to construct the required energy conversion devices. For example, so the indium in solar cell, so niobium and other kind of metals in wind turbines. So of course, it would not be fair to tell you only the positive points. So on the right hand, we can see the disadvantages. So the disadvantages include, for example, conversion of solar energy into biomass has generally a low efficiency, right? So this means that relatively large surfaces are needed to harvest sufficient material from for application in energy conversion. So biomass is categorized by a low energy density compared to fossil fuels. So for example, a cubic meter of oil contains much more energy than a cubic meter of wood. So this causes challenges in logistics. So later on, I will tell you why we do why we produce bio oil. This is one reason. So as a consequence of this and the previous point, biomass has a limited effective availability, and therefore it can only partly contribute to the world's energy demand. So although biomass itself is renewable during the whole life cycle, fossil fuels are commonly used to produce fertilizer and kind of other products to grow and to collect the plants, to transport the harvest material. So, and finally to upgrade it to an actual fuel. So therefore, biofuels still have, in many cases, fossil carbon free footprint. Okay, so we still should keep this in mind. So many different disciplines are involved in the successful implementation of biomass. So it is a complex chain from seeding to final conversion and use. So with disciplines ranging from policy development and logistic to chemical engineering and agricultural sciences. So it's, how to say, should attract many efforts from different aspects. So bioenergy policies might conflict with other existing environmental or economic policies. So for other energy sources, often the only key technology is the energy conversion, while for biomass, the whole system is crucial. So using biomass for energy may compete with food production depending on the types of biomass and the technology used. So to get land for energy plantations, sometimes forests are cut down. So this can lead to a serious loss of biodiversity and carbon storage. So it is, for example, very undesirable to cut down tropic rainforests to get land for growing energy crops. So also a competition for increasing scarcity water sources may become a serious issue. So a final drawback of using biomass as a direct source for electricity production would be that the useful work is destroyed. So biomass consists of complex molecules, and some people say that you better use to make chemicals instead of burning it. So knowing these potential drawbacks can help us in using biomass in optimum manners. So we already know the main components of biomass. So let's remember these three main components, which are cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. So if we do the research on the thermochemical or even other reaction of biomass, we should remember the different behavior of these three components. And besides that, I need to introduce you a very new or a very interesting understanding of it, which is the interaction among these three components. Okay, so if you are going to do research, for example, to do the pyrolysis of biomass, for example, maybe you can do the pyrolysis of cellulose, hemicellulose, or lignin alone, but don't forget there are a very, how to say, obvious interaction during the reaction among these components. Okay, so I will quickly pass this part. Okay, so people always define the different generation of bio-oils. Of course, there are some different definition, but this is a very common definition about the biofuels, which are three generations. So, for example, many plants have, apart from the structural components we just mentioned, sugar, oil, or starch as an important component. So like cellulose and hemicellulose, starch is also built up of sugar units, but then in a way that is much easier to break down for animals and humans. So such plants rich in sugar, oil, or starch can serve well as food for humans or feed for cattle. So these plants are always easy to convert into liquid biofuel. So, but then we are in competition with the food chain. So this type of biofuel, for example, from wheat or corn is called first generation biofuel. So maybe you can search online about crisis, food crisis raised by the first generation biofuel. So the structural components we just discussed, cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, are more difficult to convert into a biofuel. So biofuels obtained in this way, for example, from wood or straw, are called second generation biofuels. So in this second generation technology, we mostly use the uneatable woody biomass. So finally, algae can also serve as the starting point for making biofuels, which is also a very hot research topic. So these are then defined as third generation biofuels. So it is also interesting to compare the composition of biomass with related fossil fuels. Because we always use the mature application method to convert biomass using such as the coal conversion method, the lignite conversion method applied for biomass. So in the meantime, we should compare the difference among biomass and these fossil fuels. So this can be done with the so-called Vancouver diagram. So this is the diagram showing the oxygen carbon ratio and the hydrogen carbon ratio. It is very clear the horizontal axis gives the ratio of oxygen atoms over carbon atoms. So the vertical axis, the ratio of hydrogen atoms over carbon atoms. So you can see that biomass contains quite some hydrogen and oxygen. So remember this determines the property of biomass unique, okay? So over years, we first get peat, then lignite or brown coal, and different types of coal, and finally how to say the mature coal. So the hardest type of coal, which is near pure carbon, okay? So the other main fossil fuels, crude oil and natural gas, are not given in its plot since they contain hardly any oxygen. So they would be close to the vertical axis, but enough about fossil fuels. We will, of course, keep our focus on the biomass. So remember the property of the biomass. So biomass is complex energy source, consists of several components. So normally we cannot go from biomass directly to a usable form of energy. So multiple steps are needed. So let's review a number of common process steps. So the typical technology chain is that we start with biomass resources. First, so we need to do some pre-processing or pre-treatment. So just like one of the students mentioned, the torrefaction is a very important pre-treatment method, and followed by the actual processing, which finally give us a certain form of energy for end use, okay? So for example, like heat or power or fuel for the end use. So we will use this basic knowledge chain to technology chain to give an overview on the different types of resources, pre-treatment, processing, and end-use steps. So this is a very, sorry, this is a very complicated figures, but it will give us the different application or conversion methods of the biomass. So first of all, let's first have a short look at the sources. So this can be the first, second, or third generation, right? Just like we introduced. So these two are the first generation, second generation, and the third generation, right? So examples of first generation biomass are oil, sugar, or starch from crops. So the eatable elements from plants. So the second generation are the parts of the plants that are not eatable, so such as lignocellulosic biomass and the residues. So also biodegradable wet waste belong to this category. So think of the organic part of the waste from households and the manure and the dropping of the animals from farms. So finally, we have algae, which are normally given their own category. So they are called third generation biomass. So in many cases, the biomass needs some pre-processing, okay, pre-processing before the actual processing can take place. So in most cases, this concerns physical pretreatment. Okay, physical pretreatment. Thinking of drying to get rid of water and grinding to get manageable pieces. So sometimes torrefaction is applied. This is mild heating at about around 250 degrees to make the biomass more brittle and easier to grind. Okay, so in this specific case of oil from crops, we often need transesterification and a chemical reaction to get molecules that can be used as biodiesel. All right. So the actual processing can be divided into two categories, which is thermochemical treatment and biochemical treatment. Okay, so we are focused on the thermochemical treatment. So the first category, thermochemical treatments, make use of chemical reactions that run at temperatures of several hundred of degrees C. So combustion is simply burning biomass, right, which yields heat. So in the case of gasification, less oxygen is used. So and as a result, we obtain energy-rich gases as product. So turning the biomass directly into energy-rich liquid is called liquefaction. So liquefaction has two different methods. One is the direct liquefaction, and the second is indirect liquefaction. Okay. So to be precise, torrefaction is also a thermochemical technique. So that is why we gave it the same color. All right, the second category, biochemical treatment, is carried out using biological reactions. Since this involves living organisms, so it can only be carried out at very mild temperatures, right? So I will not introduce more about this part. So if you are interested, you can search a lot of paper about this. So from different technologies, we can yield different types of energy. We can, for example, obtain heat, which can be converted into electricity. So since there is always some waste heat, it is efficient if also this waste heat is usefully employed. So for example, for district heating, so combined heat and power, right? So biomass is also an important source for making sustainable fuels for vehicles. We will come back to this later. So finally, biomass can also be used to make chemicals. This is very important. Just like one of the students asked, what is the valuable product or the best conversion method? As far as I am concerned, we need to consider the unique property of biomass. For example, the biomass contain a large amount of oxygen, and make it is feasible to get very unique chemicals. Especially, you can search the paper. We can get some very unique chemicals, especially the medical material, raw material, which is very valuable from biomass. Okay, so we can talk about platform chemicals when such a compound can be used as a starting point to make many useful chemicals. Okay, so this is typically done in a biorefinery process. Okay, so sorry. So we spend a very quick time to review, since Dr. Said already gave us a very good overview of this point. So the second part is fast pyrolysis for bio-oil. So I have, since I was doing my PhD study, I focused on the bio-oil utilization, and of course I produce bio-oil as well. So here, this is the figure from the National Renewable Energy. I can't remember. This is National Laboratory of America, focused on the renewable energy. So from this figure, we can see there are differences from each of the thermal processes. For combustion, the material is in oxygen-rich atmosphere at a very high operating temperature, with heat as the target output. So the gasification takes place in oxygen-lean, which means a limited oxygen atmosphere with a high operating temperature, and the gaseous products being the main target, such as the syngas in the most cases. So direct liquefaction, particularly hydrothermal processing, occurs in a non-oxidative atmosphere, where biomass is fit into a unit as an aqueous slurry at a lower temperature, and the biocrude in liquid form is the product. Okay, so, and later I will focus on the pyrolysis. So here, pyrolysis, the most important parameter for it is no oxygen. And we can see the char gases and aerosol once we condense it, which is the bio-oil are the product, okay? Okay, so what is pyrolysis? So although Dr. Said already introduced, I will intensify this knowledge to you guys again. So there are several definitions depending on the source, but essentially it is a thermochemical process conducted at 400 to 600 in the absence of oxygen. So the process produces gases, bio-oil, and char, and it is one of the first steps in different thermochemical conversion ways, such as gasification or combustion. So no matter it is, not only it is a very independent process, if you're doing the research about the thermochemical conversion, you need to keep in mind pyrolysis is one of the very critical first step, because after pyrolysis, the composition of the primary products made will depend on the temperature, pressure, and the heating rate of the pyrolysis process, and then it will influence or dominate the reaction behavior of such as gasification or combustion. Okay, so pyrolysis in chemistry way, it is very important, and it is also a solo conversion technology. Okay, so here it is a very interesting. It is a very interesting video. So once we learned about the definition of pyrolysis, I believe you can explain the phenomenon why the candle can be ignited without contact with the match flame. So let's see the video. Okay, is there anyone can answer this question? Hello? So probably I call the name, all right? Davi Indah, right? I'm not sure I pronounced correct. Are you with us? Hello? Or is anyone can explain this phenomenon once we learn the pyrolysis?
Hello.
Yes.
I'm Ikhwan. Can I try?
Yes, please.
Okay. So maybe Okenwa mentioned in the chat, the candle was lit before and then it was extinguished. Okay, so
Yes.
the evaporated fuel from the candle is still in the air. So when we put the flame near there, the evaporated fuel then catches the heat and thus burn, and it drags down to the wick, and therefore the wick light up again.
Yes, you are definitely correct. Okay, so very good. And our student explained this very clear. And actually, this is the phenomenon of pyrolysis. So let's see another video. Okay.
In this demo, we're going to talk about what's really burning when there's a fire. Well, first, let's just start off with a liquid. This is just a mixture of alcohol and water. And we put it on this fire-resistant countertop. And we light it on fire, and we would say that the liquid's burning, but really what happened is the liquid has to be converted to a vapor, and then the vapor burns. So we heated up that liquid, that alcohol, up above its flash and fire point. Now it produces flammable vapors, and now we've got a fire. Well, let's take it to the next level. Here's just a typical propane torch that we have here, and as it goes up, it entrains the right amount of air, so when it comes out, we have a nice, efficient flame. Well, in this case, we're going to turn around, not press the button all the way. We're just going to put some propane and some air inside this jug. Okay, so what we have inside here now is a bunch of flammable propane, some air. We're going to complete the fire tetrahedron by our little ignition. Okay, so in that case, what we had was where this was a slower, more controlled fire. In this case, all the fuel burned all at once. Now let's take it to the real heart of this demo. We're going to talk about a concept called pyrolysis. Again, only vapors burn, not liquids or solids, but we have to convert them over to a vapor. So what happens when we have a piece of paper? If we held up a match, somebody'd say, well, the paper burns, and all that. That's kind of the short answer. Really what happens is the paper has to be converted to a flammable gas. So as we heat it up, it undergoes pyrolytic decomposition, or pyrolysis. And what happens there as it's heating up, the result of that is some char and ash and flammable vapors. Then if those flammable vapors are hot enough, that's in fact what's really burning. So for this demo, we just have a bunch of little wood shavings. Okay, now we're going to take them and put them inside a special high temperature test tube. Okay, now we're going to turn around and take our torch. So this is about a 1500 degree flame. We're going to apply it to this high temperature test tube. The heat's going to conduct through to the wood. The wood inside is going to undergo pyrolysis. It's going to produce some char and ash, and then it's also going to produce flammable vapors. And because they're hot, they're buoyant, they're going to rise up to the top of the tube. At which point we're going to provide an ignition source, and you'll see that the vapors burn up here. But the fire doesn't travel down the test tube because this is way too rich. It's pretty much 100% flammable vapors. So in this case, we have the heat heating up the fuel down there, producing the flammable vapors, or the smoke, because we know that smoke is fuel. It rises up an ignition source, so that's what's burning. See, already we can see a bunch of smoke coming up. So again, remember, smoke is flammable vapor. We light that on fire, and it's burning. But you're going to see the fire is going to kind of start dying out because I took the heat source away from the bottom. But if I provide more heat to the fuel down there, or the wood, it undergoes more pyrolytic decomposition, produces more flammable vapors. The vapors come up, it's already burning, so it has its ignition source, and it burns. So that's what's happening when we have a typical Class A fire. So what does that mean to firefighters? Well, how are we going to put the fire out? We've got to stop the fuel from undergoing pyrolytic decomposition. Thus, that's the use of water. We put the wet stuff on the base of the red stuff, where the solid is undergoing pyrolytic decomposition.
Okay, so from this video, I think it is very clear. We divided the combustion process into different steps. So, and it is also very important to see the pyrolysis step is the critical step for the combustion, right? So, what is pyrolysis? I think everybody should understood already. So, here is a very interesting figure to explain the pyrolysis process. So pyrolysis generally consists in heating the material above its decomposition temperature, breaking chemical bonds in its molecules. The fragments usually become smaller molecules, but may recombine to produce residues with larger molecular mass. Even amorphous covalent solid, which is coke again. So in many settings, some amount of oxygen, water, or other substance may be present, so that combustion, hydrolysis, or other chemical processes may occur besides pyrolysis purpose. So sometimes those chemicals are added intentionally. So as in the burning of firewood, in the traditional manufacture of charcoal, and in the steam cracking of crude oil. Okay, so due to the limited time, I will not go deep about this figure. I will share these slides later. So of course, the pyrolysis has many advantages. For example, utilization of renewable resources through carbon neutral route, utilization of waste materials, not only the biomass and other kind of organics. So self-sustaining energy, okay, this is economic potential. We can burn the gas or part of the charge to supply the energy which the pyrolysis needed. So conversion of low energy in biomass into high energy density liquid fuels. So do you guys remember the drawbacks of biomass? One of the main drawbacks of the biomass is the low energy density. So by doing pyrolysis, we can get the char and the oil, which the energy density are much higher than the raw biomass. So potential to produce chemicals from bio-based resources, which is environmental economic potentials, okay? All right. So the factors affecting pyrolysis are various. So for example, the feedstock characteristics, the particle size, the moisture content, the mineral content, even the morphologies of the biomass can affect the pyrolysis. Another very important parameters are the operating conditions, such as temperature, heating rate. Heating rate means how fast we heat. We reach the target temperature, okay? This is the heating rate definition. And the pressure, the catalyst, the sweeping gas, the vapor residence time, and the reactor type. Okay, so these operating conditions make the pyrolysis very different. So I remember Dr. Said also showed the red curve of the red figures of the pyrolysis. So from these two, the table and the figures, we can see the different pyrolysis methods can reach different yields and the property of the products. So for example, if we want to get a lot of oil, we should use the faster pyrolysis, which is the temperature is at middle temperature, and the residence time is quite short, and the heating rate is higher. Okay, so from the right one, we can see if we increase the heating rate and if we increase the operating temperature, we can reach the much higher liquid yield. If the operating temperature is much higher, we almost get the gas. Okay, so remember this. From pyrolysis, we most of the time we got 3 types of products: solid, liquid, and gas. Okay, so but the yield and of course the chemical structure, the properties of the products are dramatically different according to different operating conditions. Okay, so let's focus on the faster pyrolysis. So the faster pyrolysis, which is also called the rapid thermal decomposition. Okay, so the fast pyrolysis can be applied to biomass and other kind of organic compounds. So which is in absence of oxygen to produce liquids, char, and gases. So there are some required conditions. For example, for the feedstock, if we want to reach a very high heating rate, normally we should dry the feedstock. We keep the water content less than 10%. We sieve the particles to a very small size, which normally lower than 3 millimeter. And we need to keep the residence time quite lower, around 0.5 to 2 seconds. And normally the temperature is the moderate temperature, 400 to 500 or around that. Okay, so rapid quenching at the end of the process, which Dr. Said already mentioned, we limited the secondary reaction. We used a very cold media to quench the vapors. Okay, so the below table shows the typical yields from fast pyrolysis. The oil, which is the condensation, which after quenching of the vapor, we get 60% to 17% oil, and we get 12 to 15% of char, and we get 30 to 25% of gas. So as we can see, if we want to produce, if we want to obtain a higher yield of oil, we need to use faster pyrolysis. Okay, and faster pyrolysis actually is energy efficient way. Conversion to 75% bio-oil translates to energy efficient of 70%. If carbon used for energy source, for example, process heat or slurry with liquid, then the efficiency can be reached to 90%. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages for fast pyrolysis. Let's focus on the disadvantages. From the fast pyrolysis, high oxygen and water content of pyrolysis liquids, which is bio-oil, makes them inferior to conventional hydrocarbon fuels. Okay, which is not, how to say, applicable by the hydrocarbon fuels utilization ways. And normally it is always, we can see the phase separation and the polymerization of the liquid. Okay, so once we get the bio-oil, this product is, how to say, is not the final product. Remember, the process to get the bio-oil is to quench the hot vapor, right? Which means in chemistry, we stop the reaction intentionally. So the bio-oil itself is not very stable. So sometimes it can become old. Okay, so during this process, the polymerization is the reaction, make the bio-oil, part of the bio-oil become more heavier in terms of the molecular weights. So it can, and then the bio-oil will separate into two phases. Okay, so and corrosion of containers make storage of these liquids difficult because the acid behavior of the bio-oil. Normally the pH is around 2, so it is corrosive. Okay. All right. So how we can achieve faster pyrolysis? The core or the critical part is the reactor. So in this reactor, we can achieve the conditions we designed. For example, the heat transfer, the mass transfer is all occurred in the reactor. So next, I will introduce some very typical reactor. So excuse me, can I know how long I still have?
Yes, sorry, Dr. Iwong. So actually you still have like about 5 minutes maximum.
5 minutes. All
yes.
right. So
sorry for that.
So I took so long.
I know you
time.
want to talk much. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I still have many slides here. So
yes,
maybe I will introduce very quick and show you 1 or 2 of these. Okay. So first of all, very common is the fluidizing bed. Which includes bubbling fluidizing bed or circulating fluidizing bed. Okay. So here is the very
the thermochemical conversion.
So this is the code. This is not the real fluidizing bed. This is just for code experiment. So we just know what is a fluidized bed. Okay.
Process uses heat to break down biomass into intermediates such as gas.
Okay, so as we can see from the video, we blow the gas to actually to bubble the bed material. Normally we use sand as the bed material. So in this case, we can get a very homogeneous temperature profile inside of the reactor and a very good heat transfer behavior. Okay. So in this case, we can get a good heating rate. So we normally we use this reactor to produce bio-oil. So the second very interesting one is called the rotating cone pyrolyzer. So this principle is this cone is rotating, and we burn the sand, we heat the sand, and then we introduce the sand with the biomass together. So due to the centrifugal force, as we can imagine, if the cone is rotating, right, keep rotating, so the biomass and the hot sand can mix very well. So this is also a very important way to realize the heat transfer. So from this video, this is a mature process from the I think it's the Netherlands researchers. Okay, you can check the brand. All right. This is called the ablative pyrolyzer. So this principle is we press the biomass in to the very hot disk, and the disk is spinning, and the pyrolysis can occur here. Okay. So due to the limit time, I will not play the video. And another important pyrolyzer is called the vacuum pyrolyzer, which we make a vacuum environment to make the pyrolysis happen. And this is a video from Malaysian University, and this is called a microwave vacuum pyrolyzer. Probably, I remember one of the students just asked some question about it, right? So let's talk later. And this is auger reactor. As we can see, this is the auger, and it transfer the hot material and the biomass in the furnace or the this room, and the heat transfer can occur here. Okay, so there is also a video. So this one is I just produced in Wuhan. This is auger, but this is is heated by electricity. Okay, So we can see here is hot, is the red zone is hot here, right? So you can produce bio-oil well. And when we were studying in Australia, my boss, my professor, he developed a very good, very novel reactor, which is called the grinding pyrolysis reactor. So the principle is we put the iron balls in the reactor, and it's keep rotating. As we can see, the grinding ball can, how to say, crash the biomass. When the biomass was heated, it become fragile, and the ball keeping crashing the biomass to make the pyrolysis happen. Okay. So the different reactor generate different products. Okay. So don't forget that although it is critical to design a good pyrolyzer, the process is very critical, because, for example, it is challenging to trap the volatile efficiently, and to separate the liquid and the solid is also challenging. Okay, so I have no time to play the video. All right, so let's finish quickly. This is also very important, because once we get the bio-oil, we need to keep in mind the bio-oil is totally different to the heavy fuel oil. The most important difference is caused by the high oxygen content. Okay, so make the heating value lower than that. And there is another one, which is my research topic. Once we try to heat the bio-oil again, it can be polymerized to form coke. So we can see distillation residue for heavy fuel oil is very low, but for bio-oil can up to 50%. So this is a very interesting point. The liquid form bio-oil, once we heat it up, we can generate solid again. So this phenomenon generates so many risks and problems. Okay. So this is a typical chemical composition of bio-oil. And remember one, actually, this is still a big challenge for determining the whole composition of the bio-oil. Okay, so as we can see, unaccounted fraction is here, which means we still don't know the structure of the bio-oil. Okay, so finally, we go to the applications, combustion, of course, and the separation. We can separate bio-oil to get the chemicals. The most important thing is upgrading, because the limited time, I just give you the principle, because of the high oxygen content of bio-oil. So the main target is to remove the oxygen. But personally, I don't think this is a good idea, because it will waste a lot of elements, right? If we can utilize the oxygen, we define as useful oxygen, which to get a very unique product, maybe is a good choice. And be honest, now this topic become more and more attractive, okay? All right, so I have no time to go through here. Okay, so probably due to the limited time, I have to finish, and thank you. And this is all the different thanks, different language. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Terima
All
kasih.
right. Yes. Okay, so that was a very interesting presentation, and yeah, but due to this limitation of time, then we have to end that. But we have several questions in the chat now, so maybe we can start with the first question from Jonas. Yes. So yeah, in catalytic biomass pyrolysis, especially in situ solid biomass and solid catalyst system, what kind of reaction mechanism occurring in the process? So I think there are two questions in here. So you might answer the first one.
All right. So in catalytic biomass, especially. Okay, this is a very professional question. Okay, so it is very hard to answer directly, I believe, but maybe I spend a very short time to explain the catalytic pyrolysis. So as we all know, once we want to do the pyrolysis, we just feed the biomass and we heat it up, right? If there's no catalyst, the volatile can, the vapor can directly, the reaction just driven by the temperature, right? But if we feed some catalyst in, so it will change the reaction route. Especially for the volatile reaction, the gas phase reaction. This is what I believe. And of course, there is an area people may pre-treat the biomass. For example, we can do the torrefaction and we can pregament, which means we dissolve some elements, the metal elements inside of the biomass. And in this case, probably at the very beginning, even the biomass is solid, the catalyst, the metal we pregament into the biomass can be functioned during the reaction. So this is my understanding, okay? So the second is, does the gas from pyrolysis undergo a further reaction in catalytic? Yes, I just answered. So in current, most of the catalytic pyrolysis is to change the gases homogeneous reaction. Okay, so I believe the solid-solid interaction due to the limited mass transfer should be lower than the gas phase catalytic reaction. Okay. Yeah.
All right then. So there is a second question there also. So what type of method what type of method to reduce air pollution in the process of burning biomass?
Okay. So so biomass itself is carbon content material, right? So if we just directly burn it, actually this is very common because due to the mature technologies, right?
Yep.
So we just directly burn it, or we just make it as a pellet and we burn it. It still produce a different pollution, right? And not only in carbon dioxide, but also the NOx. And of course, the SOx is very limited due to the very limited amount of sulfur inside of the biomass.
Yep.
So what type of methods? I believe the thermal conversion, the pyrolysis and the gasification are the good choice, because currently there is some combination. For example, it is also a relatively mature technology in China. I have no time to go detail in that, but principally is we do the pyrolysis of biomass. Okay, so we generate the vapor and the char, right? So the company developed a technology. They didn't want to collect the vapor to quench the vapor to get bio-oil, because, be honest, bio-oil now is still not very mature. There's no good technology to upgrade or utilize it, right? So they don't quench it, but keep it in hot form is the vapor. And this vapor, just like we see from the video, is flammable, right? So they use the flammable part, the vapor and the gases to generate heat. In the meantime, they get the char, because the char is very valuable and it is can be activated later. So let's say, for example, 1 ton of the char is around, I think $1,000 about that. So it's much, much higher than the biomass itself. And in this time, we keep most of the carbon, I cannot say most of, at least 20% of the carbon in solid form, which allow us to reduce the carbon dioxide emission. And because I'm also an engineer for the coal combustion, if we organize the well, I mean, if we have a certain position or configuration to introduce the vapor, it can help the NOx emission generation inside of the furnace. Okay, am I clear? So if, for example, if we get the gas and the vapor and we design the well, which position and how much to introduce to the furnace, it is also a good fuel to help reduce the NOx, which this technology is called the reburning. Okay, so in this case, we can combine pyrolysis and with the current, the mature combustion. So yeah, there are a lot of ways. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So I think we still have one more question to be answered here. So I think it's related with the sewage sludge and how you how the approach to that, because it has very high moisture content, right? And yeah, because it will produce the net negative energy process in the end if we want to evaporate so many water in there, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So although I'm not the expert for sewage sludge, Dr. Said, he is the one, but I have my own opinion. And fortunately, one of my postdoc, he got funding from government, especially about this issue. So the water issue is the most critical issue about sewage sludge, right? So although we can use some physical, which is less energy consumption methods to get rid part of the moisture content, but there are some inner moisture, right, which is bonded water. So in this case, we probably can have an idea which is not only just want to get rid of the moisture content. We should think whether we can utilize this moisture content. So, for example, if we do the gasification, we do need steam, we do need moisture, right? So probably we can utilize part of the moisture. And there is another new finding during my research. So a certain amount of moisture, we can produce, everybody know if we want to do the gasification, we need to add some catalyst, right? So the main problem for the catalyst is the carbon, the coke deposition to make the catalyst deactivate, right? So, but if we have a certain amount of moisture or the steam, the coke will not formed in the form of amorphous form, because the deactivation, the main deactivation reason is the amorphous coke, which is cover the catalyst to inhibit the contact with the reactants, right? If we have certain moisture, the coke will generate like carbon, like the tube, carbon nanotube. So the tube will not cover the activate site of the catalyst. And as you know, carbon nanotube is also a carbon material, right? So in conclusion, if we want to get rid of the moisture, it probably is not there's no good choice. But if we want to utilize that, we utilize the moisture, maybe is an alternative way. All right, this is my answer.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think that's all the question that has been addressed to you. And I think that's a wonderful discussion with you, Dr. Yuwong. So
Thank you.
yeah, because the time limitation, I think the Q&A session should be ended now. And to close the session, please give a big applause for Dr. Yuwong.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yuwang, for your time today. And I believe that the knowledge that you've shared with us will be very useful for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. See you guys.
See you. So now we have ended the second session for today. But before we enter our third session for today, we will have some ice breaking to freshen up ourselves first. And for the ice breaking, I will give the lead back to our MC for today. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Maul, for moderating our first two sessions. We are now entering recess and students can relax a while or have some snacks and beverages to make you feel comfortable while waiting for another igniting class session to start.
To boost ourselves up, we will watch one video that will show more about Yogyakarta's culture. As you may know, Yogyakarta is the capital city of special region in Java, Indonesia. Yogyakarta grew into a rich city of Japanese culture and its arts. A variety of classical Japanese arts such as dance, song, gamelan, and the carving developed from the palace into this art style of the people.
Not only that, Yogyakarta is also known as a student city, where thousands of students and international students came here to get better education quality. Now, we will present to you a profile video about Yogyakarta itself. Please enjoy. What a beautiful city, isn't it? All right, I think that's enough for the video about Yogyakarta. And now, I would like to return the lead to the moderator. For Mr. Maul, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Theo and Alethea. So actually, we will have 10-minute breaks now. So in Indonesian time, we will gather together again in this room at 4 p.m. So please use your time to relax and freshen up yourself and come back with fresh leg and fresh tummy maybe. So yeah, see you soon.
I was listening to the ocean. I saw a face in the sand, but when I picked it up, then it vanished away from my hands. Darling, a dream I was 7, climbing my way in a tree. I saw a piece of heaven waiting impatient for me, dawn. And I was running far away. Would I run off the world someday? Nobody knows, nobody knows. And I was dancing in the rain. I felt alive and I can't complain. But no, take me home where I belong. I can't take it anymore. I was painting a picture. The picture was a painting of you. For a moment I thought you were here, but then again it wasn't true. And all this time I have been lying, lying in secret to myself. I've been putting sorrow on the forest place on my shelf. And I was running far away. Would I run off the world someday? Nobody knows, nobody knows. And I was dancing in the rain. I felt alive and I can't complain. But no, take me home where I belong. I got no other place to go. No, take me home where I belong. I got no other place to go. No, take me home where I belong. I can't take it anymore. But I kept running for a soft place to fall. And I kept running for a soft place to fall. And I kept running for a soft place to fall. And I kept running for a soft place to fall. And I was running far away. Would I run off the world someday? But no, take me home where I belong. I got no other place to go. No, take me home where I belong. I got no other place to go. No, take me home where I belong. 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 I can't take it anymore.
A broken heart is all that's left. I'm still fixing all the cracks. Lost a couple of pieces when I carried it home. I'm afraid of all I am. My mind feels like a foreign land. Silence ringing inside my head. Please carry me home. I've spent all of the love I saved. We were always a losing game. Small town boy in a big arcade. I got addicted to a losing game. Get me off this roller coaster. Loving you is a losing game.
Okay, I think that the time for break has been over. So hope everyone has been back now. Yeah, and now we will enter the last session of today's module. And again, we will have a very outstanding speaker now. He is from Dutch Institute for Fundamental Energy Research. He is Dr. Ferry Anggoro Ardi Nugroho. Is he has been in the room now, or? Oh yeah. So yeah, he is my friend actually. So he's my friend, my mentor back then in Chalmers. But before he begins his presentation, I will gladly to read briefly about his background. So Dr. Ferry Anggoro Ardi Nugroho is a postdoctoral researcher at WAFERS, Dutch Institute for Fundamental Energy Research, and he had a Bachelor Engineering in Electrical and Electronics Engineering in Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He also took master degree of nanoscience and nanotechnology in two university. Both are Catholic University at Leuven and then Chalmers University of Technology. And Dr. Ferry Anggoro Ardi Nugroho also had a PhD or Doctor Philosophy of Material Science from Chalmers University of Technology, Sweden. He is a very active researcher who have already published about 49 papers up to now. So yeah, let's greet our third speaker today. Hello, Mas Ferry. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Hello, Mas Maul. How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Good, good. I'm fine here.
Are you in
Thank
Indonesia
you very much
or
for the
in Dutch?
invitations.
Sorry?
I'm currently in Indonesia, so this is also an announcement for the participants. So I apologize now in advance if the connection might be a little bit shaky or not so very unfortunate that of all time today there is construction works near me, so there will be some noisy sounds. If it appears, I will try to pause my presentation and probably mute myself so you know it in advance.
Okay, yeah, thank you for knowing that, Mas Ferry. So yeah, thanks also for sparing your time to share about your experience today, and you will talk about something that a little bit different with the first two speakers that is related with hydrogen as an energy carrier and its detection technology. And I can guarantee that this will be very interesting presentation for all of you. So please concentrate on that and listen carefully. So are you ready for the presentation now, Mas Ferry?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay. So yeah, then the time and screen are yours now.
Thank you very much. So again, maybe to avoid any connection issues, I will try to excuse myself to turn off my video so it doesn't take as much bandwidth. So I will be sharing my screen. Please tell me if it's there. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yes. Yeah. So again, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Indonesia, and for other participants that probably a little bit more to the west, probably good afternoon, same. Probably a little bit after lunch. So thank you for UGM and also all the committees for inviting me to speak to all of you. This is really interesting and also exciting, because if I see the module, probably my talk will be one that is the most unrelated topics of all. But nonetheless, hopefully what I can share here will at least give you some perspectives and to realize that basically we as a researcher and also the previous speakers, I mean, we all do our work independently in different topics, but all basically to achieve something good for the future and for the earth basically. So what I want to discuss here is basically talking about hydrogen as an energy carrier. This is a little bit related to the topics as a whole, that is the renewable energies. But then I will focus more probably on its detection technology, basically a sensor, because this is what I've been building my resume up to. I mean, this is what I did during my PhD, and also I'm continuing now a little bit more. So without further ado, let's start the talk. So as a brief outlines, this is what we will discuss today. So hopefully you can see if things are interesting and you will want to hear more the story from me, because I know it's a little bit difficult to listen to a boring speaker at the end of your days. This is already 4 p.m. in Indonesia. And it's I know it's in front of the laptop, it's easy to open another tabs and I don't know, watch some cat movies probably. But hopefully looking at this outlines, you will see something interesting and then at least you can get something out of it. So first we will discuss a little bit about hydrogen economy. This is really a little bit of discussions, the definition and the related technological components. But then we move on to talk about hydrogen sensors and why do we need hydrogen sensors? What are the requirements? I mean, believe it or not, some institution basically define the technological or the performance standards for this hydrogen sensor. So we as a researcher, as a research and development engineer can catch up with the technological requirements. And also we will discuss a little bit about different types of hydrogen sensors. And this also applies generically. So I mean, if you understand from these slides, then you understand that also other kind of sensors are basically similar. It's just a different chemical that is detected. And the last one, we will discuss about the optical hydrogen sensor. This is basically the field that I'm delved into. So we'll talk about the fundamental of optical hydrogen sensors and several highlights in the past recent years in the advancement of the optical hydrogen sensor technology. This is the one that is really interesting, and I hope we can see its application in the real world quite soon. And lastly, I will close the talk with the remaining challenges for hydrogen sensors. So we start now with the definition, very brief definition of hydrogen economy, deep and advanced. For those of you, like I said, it is very difficult to follow lecture at the how do you call this one? Look at the headline, the subject headline. I'll try my best to basically summarize all the slides content into this one single sentence for 2 minutes, while you can just basically read it in less than 3 seconds. And I hope this is really the message that you take home. So I hope this is helpful. So hydrogen economy is really a vision, a concept that is basically first coined in 1970. So the idea was the society or a society that basically use hydrogen as its fuel, be it in vehicles, be it in heating system, be it for houses, buildings, and whatnot. So what is it about hydrogen that is so special? Because if you know, hydrogen can be produced from water. Basically, water is H2O. You can literally break water into its components, which is hydrogen and oxygen. And using renewable energy sources, for example, sun or wind, to power this electrolysis, we call it, the breaking process of water to hydrogen and oxygen, we can then store the hydrogens in its storage. We keep it, we deliver it, we distribute it to wherever it's needed. And then once want to be used, we can use the hydrogen, we can utilize the hydrogen and mix it with oxygen to combust, to burn it, and basically produce the energy, and then we can use it as an energy fuel. But then what happens is when we burn hydrogen or we mix hydrogen with oxygen, the reaction is basically converts those two gases into water. So as you can see in this very beautiful diagram, I mean, if we use hydrogen as a fuel, we can produce it from water, produce it, storage it, utilize it, then it backs to water. So this is really a beautiful cycle that basically produces zero kinds of polluting gases and any other means. So this is really the vision that is us researchers want to achieve, hopefully sooner than later. As you can see, this hydrogen economy really has a lot of fronts, technological fronts for its utilization. For example, the first one is really how we can produce hydrogen from water. I mean, this is again, for those of you students that are still at the very early stage of bachelor degree, I mean, here as researcher, we really try to develop and do our research, but if you don't know, we really do it at a very specific fields. So like myself, I do research on hydrogen sensors, but then as we see from below, the utilization of hydrogen really spans from production, storage, utilization. And each researcher really delve deep into these very sub-specific fields. And then even in that, inside the specific fields, there are many, many things to be discovered. So this is really a huge playground for everyone. So it's impossible for us, for me at least, to understand everything. So this is just really like a background information for you. So one of the examples of the development of hydrogen economy is related to producing hydrogen from water. So this is known as a process of water electrolysis, where you can basically, like I said, literally break water into oxygen and hydrogen gases. And in this fields of science, researchers, like I said, really go into many different directions. They are trying to find the best materials for such processes, to find the best step-by-step ways how to do it, what kind of chemicals, what kind of materials, and so on and so forth. And if you can see here, this process is basically powered by a power source. And if we can utilize renewable energy, for example, solar, wind, thermal, etc., as the power sources, then this process can be really truly 100% renewable, because then it doesn't cost any non-renewable energies like gasoline and coals and whatnot. So this is one of the fields that a researcher needs to do in order to basically put one piece of puzzle in this big picture of hydrogen economy. And secondly, related to storage. So what we want to do is we want to store as much hydrogen as possible in as little space as possible. Why is it so? Because if you imagine hydrogen, we want hydrogen to replace gasoline and coal. But then one of the best thing about gasoline and coal is it's easy to store them. If you imagine hydrogen, it's gases, right? So there have to be, we have to find a way how we can utilize this practically. And this is what we do, or at least a researcher that actively research in this field, is how to find materials or way or methods to store hydrogen as much as possible in as little space as possible. So as an example, this is an illustration. This is a common car. If we want to have a hydrogen that can run this car for 100 kilometers, basically we need, I don't know, I don't drive, so I don't know how much liters of gasoline it takes. But if we just use a hydrogen with pressure of 1 bar, that is our atmospheric bar, then this car has to be equipped with a hydrogen container as big as a hot air balloon. So this is of course impractical, right? Who wants to drive cars around with a big balloon on top of their cars? I mean, it's not only silly, it's also dangerous. But then what happens if we try to compress this hydrogen? If we try to compress this hydrogen into a high pressure of 200 bar, then this is basically this volume it's needed to store all of this. And then this car can run 100 kilometers using all of these gases here. But then this is not enough, right? I mean, this is still big. So if we store it in liquid form, that is in watery form, it takes very much little space. But then the problem is to keep it liquid, then we have to refrigerate it. It should be minus, at least below zero, and then it's energy extensive. So that's not an option. But then there are very interesting case if we store it in terms of a solid material. We call it the hydride, the materials or metals or composites that can basically save hydrogen. Yep, sorry, that was the first interruption. So if we continue, if we can use this metal hydride, basically we can store it even into a practical size. So this is one of the materials that, one of the examples, that is magnesium nitrohydride, I think. And then you can see this is even probably smaller than the gas tanks we have now in our car. I'm sorry for the interruption. So yes, so the active fields in this one is basically trying to find materials or methods to really maximize how much can we store, how light is the system, and how easy to get them out. Because in some of these metal hydride systems, you actually need to heat them to release the hydrogen. So this is one of the active fields that researchers are trying to do, to find the best way to keep it as possible. But then when it comes to the last part, that is the utilization, I mean, we can see sorry, my screen is frozen. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah. It's back
yes.
now. Yes.
Yes. Related to the third part, utilization. I mean, if you read news every other weeks, there will be news coming that this has been found, hydrogen fueled trains. You see in Germany, hydrogen powered boat in the ocean. I read some other days, hydrogen powered airplanes and so on. I mean, this is really happening now. So the hydrogen powered vehicles are not a myth. It's released regularly. And even now, if you have enough money, you can buy this Toyota Mirai. It's already been manufactured since 2015, 2016. It's a really hybrid, but they say it's run 100% on hydrogen. So this is the realization of hydrogen economy is actually closer than we think of it. But then when it comes to this utilization, then hydrogen is a little bit tricky, because hydrogen can be very, very dangerous. And this is related not only to the utilization of hydrogen, but also since hydrogen also exists during the production, storage, and utilization. So this issue is actually concerned from all of these branches of the hydrogen cycles that we saw before. So hydrogen it can carry energy, but then the negative side is actually very flammable. Its heat of combustion, which means that the heat release when it's combust with hydrogen is actually really high. It's 142 kilojoule per gram of hydrogen. Its ignition energy, which means that how small the energy is needed to basically blow up hydrogen, is very small. It's only 0.02 millijoule. And its flammability limit is really wide. What this means is if we mix just 4% of hydrogen with air, it's already in the limit of its flammability. And it's really wide, from 4 to 75%. This is really historically what happens to the Hindenburg disaster. If you know some history, I mean, this is the Zeppelin balloon that basically exploded when it's stationed in Germany. And inside, I mean, it kills around 19 to 20 something people. And the most horrible thing about it is actually being recorded and broadcasted live. So people can see the Zeppelin blowing, and this is filled with hydrogen. And this is also very recently hydrogen refueling station in Norway is exploded. So this is really things. So for this, to actually ensure the safety and safe applications when we want to use a technology that uses hydrogen, even the Toyota Mirai that I mentioned before, it tries to to ease the customers, or basically convince the customer that their car is safe by basically putting at least 15 hydrogen sensors. So it is really needed, because then we want to know if the hydrogen is released, we want to know it immediately, and then it can have some mechanism that basically lock or do something to prevent this explosion. So that's why I hope now you can see why we need at least accurate, fast, this is really important when it comes to safety, and sensitive and cheap hydrogen sensors. But also beyond these vehicles and this fancy application, hydrogen sensors are also used in many other diverse applications. So if we can find one platform of hydrogen sensor that can be used, I mean, it can be used for many other applications. One of the examples is for health applications. There are basically infection in our stomach from bacteria, and one of the indication of the infection is basically increased production of hydrogen in our gut. So this is one of the way to tell if you have a sickness or if you have some infection like that. It also can be used as an indicator for meat when it goes bad. I mean, it also produces one of the gases that it produces hydrogen. So you can use it as a detector to see if things have been spoiled or not. And of course, most importantly, hydrogen is used in many different chemical chemical productions. And since it's dangerous, like I said before, also use it in chemical industrial application is also crucial. So, like I said in the beginning, as a consequences of this very wide application of hydrogen, then several, if not many, institutions basically produce their guidelines to set the standard for the hydrogen sensor. So this is what we want to achieve. They set the standard. Can we achieve this requirement by 2025, for example? And then we, researcher in industry or in university settings, we will try to reach this targets. Some of this of the example I present to you from the Department of Energy in United States. So basically, they release a lot of parameters, both for stationary application, which means that it's not really necessary to detect it quickly because it's used as a stationary. Not many people or living things involved. But then also for automotive application, which basically is very close to our to the existence of humans. So it's really dangerous. So it's why, if you can see here, the requirement for the automotive application is much more stringent than the one for stationary. For example, the response times, that is the time it takes for the sensor to detect when hydrogen exists until they signal in the sensor. For stationary is at least 30 seconds. But then when it comes to automotive, it has to be able to tell within 1 second that hydrogen is there. And it has to basically tell this 1 second even for hydrogen concentration as small as 0.1%, which is 1000 ppm or 1000 hydrogen per 1 molecule of hydrogen per 1000 gas other molecules. And this is very relaxed for stationary. It's at least 4%, it's still fine. But as you can see, this is one of the difference in requirement for both different applications. So this is very strict and very stringent. And then what I want to say here is, of course, we as a researcher, it's very active. We every years there will be new technological and new breakthroughs that basically we really want to achieve these high performance hydrogen sensors. This is one of the examples of our previous work on this one. So I really suggest all the participants that are interested, at least up to this point, if you can see that this is really interesting topic and maybe you really want to read more about this, here is a review that we tried to condense the summary of high performance sensors reported in the literature. and then we discuss their strategies and their limitations. So this is, I think, a good entry point if you are interested in the topic. Also, now we want to talk about the hydrogen sensor. So we see that it is really crucial, and really the need is high to develop such sensors. But then also want to direct the readers, if you are interested in hydrogen sensors, this is one of the review. It is a little bit old. It's from 2011, but this is, at least until now, is one of the reviews that people keep using if they want to work with hydrogen sensors. But then, if you want to be a little bit more updated, I mean, the past years, there are also more newer version of review, so it's feel free to go there. But this is one of the review that I recommend to read from 2011. So hydrogen sensors and also sensors in general are basically categorized by the transduction mechanism. What is transduction? Transduction is the mechanism that basically changes the signal, that is the chemical species that we want to detect, that change this chemical species into a signal that we can read. So and depending on this transduction mechanism, so sensors roughly can be divided into 8 systems. And this is not at all a robust definition. You can come up with your own definition. I mean, this is one of the widely used definition. So it can be a catalytic sensors. Basically, if your transduction mechanism change hydrogen into some other forms of chemicals or something like that, then it can be detected that this is catalytic. Also the thermal conductivity, if you change the temperature. Electrochemical is basically almost similar to catalytic. Resistive is when you change the resistance of the materials, that you can see it from the, this ohm or conductivity. Work function is basically for those working with semiconductor material. Mechanical is really a moving parts of a materials. I mean, if you absorb hydrogen, for example, then some of the materials may move, then this movement is caught by the detector and something like that. Acoustic is the vibration mechanism of the materials. And lastly is the optical, that basically you can see the change by your eyes because it's the optical properties that change. And out of these 8, I would really say the resistive and optical are those 2 that are mostly studied in the literature. And I will tell you why. First is the resistive hydrogen sensors. So resistive hydrogen sensors, at least until now, are the most studied and developed kind of hydrogen sensors in the literatures and also technologically, I mean, in applications. And again, since this is really introductory to the topic, I would really direct you, the participants and everyone that is interested. This is one of the very recent and very thorough review on chemi-resistive hydrogen sensors that is written by these professors in the USA. That is he was my opponent during my PhD studies, so I know his credibility. So this is a really nice review. So this is discussed about the concept and what technological advances has been there in the literature from 2 decades ago. So why is it? What is the reason that these sensors are the most studied and developed? At least some of the points that I can summarize is it is relatively cheap because it just you can find a way how to measure a resistance and your materials, and basically that's it. But then one of the things is it really encompasses many different transducer materials. Literally all kind of materials have resistance. And in some of the way, many of this material changes its resistance when it's exposed to some gases or hydrogen in our cases now. As you can see from this figure here, I mean, this is just a descriptive figure. You can use metals like palladium, platinum. You can use metal oxide. You can use catalysis with metal oxide. You can use the breaking through materials now, the 2D materials we call it. If you remember graphene, like carbon nanotube that was mentioned before as well. So basically many materials can be used for this one. And this is not really a characteristic that is owned by other transduction mechanism because they have to have some special properties, like I will just explain later for optical properties. So this is one of the reasons why it is the most studied and developed. So the basic way, the basic mechanism of the sensor is basically there is an electrical change upon interaction of the materials with hydrogen. And this electrical change can be measured as a resistance, as a conductance, and so on. This is one of the seminal work. Seminal work means the work that really puts the method in the map. Then people then follow the work, and this is one of the works that comes early at 2001. This is by the professor that I mentioned before. So in this work, they use a palladium nanowires. So nanowires with dimension of less than 100 nanometer. So what happened is when they expose these nanowires into hydrogen of 5%, remember 5%, the flammability limit is 4%. But then if you remember, the requirements target for automotive application is it had to be, it can detect 0.1%, which is far less than this 5%. As you can see, within 75 milliseconds, then the resistance increases, and this is what the mechanism of the hydrogen detection. So they say when we expose to hydrogen, we see these changes, and it's very quick changes. So this is historically also why electrical sensors are gaining their momentum back in early 2001 because of these very excellent properties. So what happens when they try to study this material is basically this palladium nanowire have cracks in between. As you can see, these cracks in between really amp up or increase its resistance. But then when they expose this material to hydrogen, and I will explain later, the palladium expand, and this expansion basically makes the palladium touches each other. And then when they touch, the electricity forms, and then the resistance reduce basically. So this is one of the mechanism why it's used today. I mean, it's very simple mechanism. And then last reason why this is used is because it uses simple signal diode, like I said, basically just resistance. You don't need any other explanation or any other analysis to convert this. You can read it directly. So this is one of the reasons it's heavily used. But, and there is a but, and this is the change of the trends in the last 10 years, I would really say. Electrical sensors are naturally using electrics or powers. So there is a risk of spark, if you know what I mean, right? I mean, if there is a short circuit, then you will produce some sparks. And these sparks, if it's mixed with hydrogen, then you see what happened with the Hindenburg accident. Then there will be explosion. So this is why there is a shift in the last 10 years to basically, can we develop other kind of sensors that eliminate this issue? And this is where optical hydrogen sensors come into play. So the first thing that I want to mention is, in contrast with electrical sensors, it is safe because it doesn't generate sparks. So if you imagine having optical sensors, what it sends is just light, and what it collects is just light. There is no electricity needed. And you can use it for a remote readout. What I mean by that is you can have your sensors at one point, but then the reading apparatus or reading instruments far away, because then light can be transported efficiently by optical fibers. So this is really brings a new mechanism that is really safe, and this is what has been going on in the research community for the past 10 years. So how do we do this in terms of materials? So if we want to do this, we have to find a materials that change its optical properties when it's interact with hydrogen. So as I mentioned before, for electrical sensors, many materials change their resistance, but for optical materials, it's not as easy to find these materials. And this is where we go back to metal hydrides. If you remember before, I mentioned metal hydride as one of the materials to store hydrogen. And this is also what we will use in optical hydrogen sensors, because it has these unique properties that basically change if we induce it with hydrogen. So if you haven't heard before, palladium is basically the best transducer materials, at least for now, for optical hydrogen sensors. So palladium, maybe you know it from jewelry. It's very expensive. I think it's more expensive than the gold. But then if you don't know, if you mix palladium with hydrogen, or if it's exposed to hydrogen, it will spontaneously, and I will stress the word here, spontaneously absorb hydrogen at least 900 times its volume. It has the ability to absorb 900% of its volume. And it's accompanied by 10% volume increase. So basically it will expand a little bit like this SpongeBob here. figuratively and also literally, because then it really absorbs hydrogen like sponge. What happens is, if you see these hydrogen molecules, it touch with the surface of palladium, then this hydrogen spontaneously breaks into hydrogen atoms, and then it diffuse quickly into the hydrogen, make it a metal hydride. If I can go a little bit more technical, I mean, this is Mr. Maulana expertise, I think, in catalytic energy diagram. So what happens here is, this is what we call the energy diagram. So if we go from this, the hydrogen plus palladium, if it shows a valley, then it is a place that hydrogen wants to be. But then it has this hill. This is the place that if you want to go to the next one, you have to put some energy into it. And the height of this hill basically tells you how fast or how easy you can get hydrogen into the materials. I mean, these dots are a representation of hydrogen, palladium atoms. I'm sorry. So what happens is, when hydrogen touch the palladium, you see it's basically a slope. There is no hill. So basically hydrogen will directly and spontaneously form hydrogen atoms. But then, having a little bit of energy, this hydrogen atom can just go inside the atomic space in between. And then if you have some more energy, it will just diffuse going up and down in this energy diagram. So this is what happens if we go a little bit technical about what happened. So you see here, there is no hill from this transition from hydrogen molecules into hydrogen gases. That's why it's very spontaneous. In other metal hydrides, you will see some hills. That's why palladium is actually now is one of the best materials for hydrogen sensors, because it is really quick. So the second thing that happens is the optical properties change upon absorbing hydrogen. This is what we call the permittivity of materials. You don't have to, I don't want to go deep, and I don't want you to think too hard about this one. But what happens is, the permittivity is basically the response of materials toward electromagnetic field, or light as we call it now, right? Light is part of electromagnetic field. So if you can see, the palladium is the blue one, and the palladium hydride is, when it's exposed to hydrogen, is the red one. What I want you to understand is, basically when we go to palladium hydride, you see a drastic change from the blue lines to the red lines. This is what called the optical change of the materials. And this is what we use as a transduction mechanism, how when palladium change into palladium hydride, its optical properties change, and then we can see it with some means, or later I will show you, but by our eyes, that hydrogen is there. So this is one of the very simple representation of how it works. So this is one of the examples. It's my own samples. This is on glass. In this glass, I decorate the glass with many palladium nanoparticles. So this is basically made of palladiums with size of hundreds of nanometers. But then what happens is, if I shine light on this one, so light is come, and then what's reflected or transmitted by these samples, by this palladium, is another color that you can detect by spectrometer or by eye. So this is basically the simple mechanism of optical hydrogen sensors. You shine light on your samples, the sample is interacting with hydrogen, and then through the light that comes out of the sample, then you see some changes, be it in color, intensity, and whatnot, then you know it's hydrogen induced property change. So one of the nice things about having palladium as optical hydrogen sensors, and this is, to the best of my knowledge, is not confirmed or clarified yet with electrical sensors, is that the optical properties changes is proportional to the amount of hydrogen absorbed. So what does it mean? If I put 2 hydrogen in my sensors, it produces, let's say, X signal as output. But then if I put 4, then it will produce 2X. If I put 6, it will produce 3X, and so on and so forth. So this is really, from sensing point of view, is really nice way to calibrate your sensors, and you always know how to calibrate back with other data. So this is one of the data basically for different kind of palladium. This is palladium and palladium alloy. You don't have to be worried about this palladium alloy. But then what I want to show is the x-axis is basically the optical signal of the sensor. Please just ignore the notation here. And then the y-axis is the hydrogen amount that is being absorbed by the sensors. So as you can see for palladium, you can really see that it is basically linear, which means, like I said, that the signal produced by the sensors is proportional to the hydrogen being absorbed. And this is, of course, for all of these alloys materials. And this is one of the example in palladium in nanoparticle form. But I also have done with collaboration from a group in the Delft. Do it on film. So this is a thin film, not the particles. And again, we see a similar trends. So for optical sensor, if we use it both in nanoparticles and thin film, we are very sure that the signal we got is basically proportional to the hydrogen amount that we absorb. So this is one of the properties that is unique to optical sensors. And then if I can talk a little bit more in the favor of hydrogen optical sensors, before I mentioned for electrical sensors, it's relatively simple in utilization, but also optical sensors are not that bad. I mean, conceptually, they only need 4 components, but probably, of course, the fabrication is more difficult. But then if you talk about component-wise, it only requires 4 components. One, you only need a light source, basically your lamp. Then you can transport the light through an optical fiber. Then you have your sensors, whatever it means, whatever it is, nanoparticles, films, or whatever configuration that you have. And then the light that comes out or reflected from the sensors is fed back into an optical fiber. Then you have a spectrophotometer that basically can read the intensity and then plot the wavelength, resolve intensity of the samples. Then you can just see the change in any optical data that you have. Then you can relate it back to the hydrogen concentration that being absorbed by the sensors. So it's also quite simple and doesn't really require a lot of instruments. And then as you can see, this can be really made efficient with no involvement of electrical parts. Like I said before, we can make these optical fibers as long as we can to keep it the electrical parts basically far away from the detected room, so to avoid. So this is also one of the advantages of hydrogen sensors. It's not used, it cannot be used by electrical sensor, like I said before. Remote sensing with small footprints can be enabled by fiber technology, because you know fiber is really small. Its diameter is micron, few hundred microns. So there are a lot of ways, I mean, to basically fabricate these sensors on the fiber itself. So if I show you before, I fabricated on a piece of glass, but you can always modify your fibers. Basically, for example, you can take away part of this fiber, then you deposit active materials like palladium. Then when this one absorbs hydrogen, the light that basically being reflected back in this fiber will change in intensity. Then you know that's hydrogen. There's many different ways of doing it, and also just etch away a little bit on one side of it. In any case, it uses a mechanism that basically this palladium will change its properties, and then its properties will be seen from the light that's coming out from the fiber. So why do I mention this fiber? Because if you remember when I mentioned like one of the applications of the sensor is to detect, for example, bacterial infection inside your stomach. And this is one of the possible solution to do it. To this day, we just rely on this breathomics, basically, breath analyzer. That is, you just blow your breath into a machine, then it will try to find the concentration of hydrogen. But this is not in situ, what we can say. But if we can basically develop sensors that is based on fiber optics, then we can put this optics inside our stomach, just like this, how do you call it? When you put cameras into your intestines, I mean, the doctoral stuff, I don't really remember the name. But imagine if you can do that with a fiber, with sensor attached to the fiber, then we can really measure the hydrogen inside the body and not just relies on this breath detection. And this is what we are trying to at least go in that direction. So if this is made in the middle of the fiber, what one of my results back in my PhD is basically to fabricate the nanoparticles at the edge of the fiber. And this is what we do. We try to fabricate nanoparticles on this one, palladium nanoparticles. And as you can see, we can really detect. So this is cycles of gases of hydrogen. You see 25% cycles with hydrogen, then air, hydrogen, and air. As you can see, we can see getting many cycles of this detection even using a fiber. So this is one of the advancement toward the dream of having a sensor that can be put inside your body. But then if we talk about the response time, so if you remember before, the response time when I said that we need 1 second response time for automotive application, this actually, even though the optical sensors, the resistive sensor has been there for many decades, this requirement has not been met until very recently, because this is really challenging. If you remember the data I talked before, when this nanowires can respond within 25 milliseconds, it is a response to that, it has this response time, but for 5% of hydrogen. But this one, it is required for 0.1% of hydrogen. So this is one of the big challenges that we are trying to solve. And 2 years ago, fortunately, using again ways and modification of nanotechnology, we are trying to make these nanoparticles. Again, I'm working with nanoparticles. And we try to coat it with some kind of polymers. What we did is we do size and materials engineering to produce the fastest sensor in the world. So what happens is when we put polymers first, it basically reduces the energy it takes for hydrogen atoms to diffuse into the palladium. If you remember before, when I show you this one, the height of this hill dictates how fast this hydrogen goes into your palladium. So what happens, and this is the beauty of nanotechnology, when you go into materials of this nanometer size, the properties change dramatically, even uniquely. I mean, you don't see this effect takes place if it's in bulk material or in the big material, but it's nanomaterials, then it happens. So what we found is when we put polymers on top of it, so this is nanoparticles, this is the representation, and we coat polymers on it. This is the PTFE, basically the Teflon that you use in your coating, non-stick coating pen, and also some other polymer of PMMA. What happened is this hill becomes shorter. So basically, if I can draw it now, the hill becomes somewhere here. So what happens is it really accelerates the hydrogen coming in. So it really fastens the hydrogen. Not only that, but with nanoparticles, what we can do is we can engineer what we call the surface to volume ratio. So if we make the nanoparticles smaller, and if you have studied nanotechnology 101, at least you know one of the advantage of nanotechnology and nanoparticle is you can make the surface to volume ratio higher. So what does it mean is, if you remember, palladium breaks into hydrogen molecules breaks into hydrogen atoms on the surface, and then it goes in. So what happens if you have more surface, which means you can have faster molecules of hydrogen dissociate into its atom. But then, since the volume of particle is become smaller, then it's faster to fill up all this, the whole nanoparticles. So this is basically like a hose and bucket analogy. You imagine the surface of the nanoparticle as a hose, and the volume of the nanoparticle as the bucket. So it will be faster if we fill our bucket if it's smaller, but then we have a bigger hose. This is what happens if we make it into nanoparticles. So we have a huge hose, but then the bucket is really small. This is much farther if compared to if we fill the big bucket with a small hose. And with this, as you can see, this is the response time as a function of the size of the nanoparticles. You see, if we go from this 190 nanometer diameter to 100, you see that the response times become smaller and smaller. until we can reach 1 second for 0.1% of hydrogen. And this is the one challenge that wasn't met before until our work. So this makes our sensor optical hydrogen sensors made from palladium, the first sensor to basically achieve 1 second response time at 1000 ppm of hydrogen. So what else can we do with this technology? I mean, I'm trying to highlight the most interesting development in the field. Second one is one of the things that also getting up more attention is basically development of eye-readable sensors using this optical effects. So what I mean with eye-readable sensor is before, when I show you data, all the optical changes are being read by spectrometer, by a machine. So you cannot really basically see the change, the real change in the color of the samples. But with this eye-readable sensor is you can have sensors that you can see it with your own eyes, and then when hydrogen is there, you can see that it basically changed its color. So you can see this development as really interesting, for example, for application, like I said, in industry or for the food application. If you can have a sticker, for example, with the sensor, you stick it into your food or the container of the food, then if you see the color changes, then you know the food is being spoiled. So this is one of the nice way to actually have the sensors. So one of the effect that it's based upon is, you know, this reflection of light. So if we have these glasses and you see that light coming into the samples, then it's reflected back. And this is the transduction material. This is used yttrium, one of the metal hydrates. So when it goes with yttrium, the light will be reflected at the interface between the yttrium and the glass. But then when the yttrium change to yttrium hydrate, when hydrogen is being introduced, then some of the lights can go into the yttrium and then it reflected back, and this interference between these two lights give new colors. And this is what happened. This is a real photographic sample of the sample yttrium. Then you expose to hydrogen, it changed from gray to blue. If you increase, change to dark gray, then to blue again. And then you can play around with the thickness of the film, for example, from 30 nanometer up to 150 nanometer. And you can see, you can even produce very vibrant color like yellow or green. I mean, this is really beautiful. Another examples of using this is as simple as depositing your palladium on a flexible substrate. So this is, you can deposit it, let's say on a polymeric substrate. So what happens is, I mentioned before, hydrogen absorption induce expansion of the palladium. So what happens when you expose this palladium on top of the plastic? The palladium expands, but then the film or the polymeric film doesn't. So what happens is it becomes a wrinkle. It forms a wrinkle like this one. And since this wrinkle is there, again, from the light interference, these wrinkles will produce slightly different intensity of the light. As you can see from these examples, they produce this hydrogen writing on this polymer. This is with 0% hydrogen. When they expose to 4% hydrogen, as you can see, the intensity change, and you can clearly see that basically the sensors have a different color than its surrounding. Another interesting development of the hydrogen sensors now is basically to mix. I mean, now we already heard more about these 3D prints. And this is one of the interesting way we can use these 3D prints to actually make something useful. I mean, the idea is really to mix, you know, like you mix your coffee or tea, you can mix nanoparticles of palladium, for example, and then you pour it into a precursor of polymers. This is, for example, a PMMA like I used before. And then you heat it, you mix it, then it becomes a goo, or basically like a plasticine. Then you can put this plasticine into a 3D printers. Then you can make any color, any shape, or anything that you want. For example, here we made a cap made of these polymers, and then we put it at the end of optical fiber. And then from the reflection, we can actually see that it indeed reacts to hydrogen just as normal sensors like we did before. So this is really interesting development that we can basically make any kind of shapes using these 3D printers. And then one of the nice things about this one is the combinations of nanoparticles and polymers can basically produce infinite amount of possibilities that how you want to use it, what kind of polymers you want to use, what kind of nanoparticles you want to use. Because I don't know if you guys here work with polymers, but polymers is rich a field. You can have many different properties using different polymer. There are polymers that are good for sensing these gases that are polymer that can block certain gases, and so on and so forth. So combining these two infinite possibilities really brings a new playground for us to work around with this kind of sensor. We call it the plastic polymer sensors. So, for example, this is just one example how we can engineer the properties of the sensors. Before we use this PMMA as a polymer, right? I mean, as you can see from this figure, when it's exposed to hydrogen, it takes, I don't know, like at least 1 hour for the sensor to saturate, which means that the hydrogen goes really, really slowly into this polymer, and it takes them 1 hour to basically see the signal. I mean, this is clearly much longer than the anticipated 30 seconds for stationary applications. So what can we do? Like I said, why not just choose polymers with higher diffusivity of hydrogen? Diffusivity means how fast can hydrogen travels inside the polymers. So this is PMMA that we used before. And now my colleagues back at Chalmers work with new polymers, the Teflon, which has basically 100 times faster diffusivity of hydrogen. And this is exactly the same type of sensors. But then, as you can see, now it can reach, using this type of polymer, reach saturation in less than 2 minutes, basically, or 3 minutes. So much faster compared to 1 hour in this example. So this is one of the examples that I can show with this technology. But then, having talked about that, with this very exciting development of hydrogen sensors in the past years, especially in the optical sensors, there are still challenges for these sensors, especially related to operation conditions. So in the lab, they work really nice, but then if you want to translate them into real application, of course, we have to comply with many different environments that the sensor will be exposed to. For example, this is some of the parameters that we as a researcher in the lab has not really done to this day, including all of this from other countries. We haven't really studied the sensors in wide range of temperature and pressure. For example, if you remember below, the sensors should work from minus 40 degree to, I don't know, some 80 degree. We always use it at room temperature. And also we haven't really checked the sensor lifetime, because like if you remember, well, it's required to work at least for 5 years. And also operation at highly poisoning environment like carbon monoxide, sulfur oxide, nitrous oxide. What happens is if palladium is being exposed to these gases, the palladium is basically poison. What poison means is the surface is being filled with these gases, so hydrogen that doesn't have access to enter the palladium. And then lastly, operation at humidity, especially in Indonesia, it's high humidity. So again, same things, water can basically block the palladium, so hydrogen cannot go in. So this is some challenges that we as a researcher and R&D engineers have to work with. So hopefully we can really have hydrogen sensors that can be used in many different applications to really support the development of hydrogen economy as envisioned from our forefathers before. But good news is we actually are already at the right track with the utilization of polymeric filters. So this is some data that we had before. I mean, when we have these polymers on top of palladium, basically we can maintain the performance even after 4 months. I mean, the orange one is the one with PMMA polymer on top. You see the performance after 4 months is basically still maintained, while if you don't have this PMMA, the performance, I mean, in this case is the kinetics, is basically slowed down up to more than 20 times. And also when we expose these polymeric sensors into different poisoning gas like CO2, CO, and NO2, we see that it still maintains its responsivity and also up to 6 hours of operation. So this is one of the way that we can say that we are already basically on track with this one, but more research is needed. So to close this talk, I hope I delivered the message that basically hydrogen is a promising alternative for energy, and it's already happening. It's not a story in books or movies, it's happening now. And there are many technological fronts that are needed and developed for full utilization. I shown you before, it really comprises of many developments from production, storage, utilization, and my part is on the safety part of it, which is the sensors, which is crucial for all of these fronts because the flammability issue of the hydrogen. And then I hope now you know that R&D on the hydrogen sensor take shape in various sensing platform. And lastly, optical sensors, especially in the last decade, is gaining interest. So that's it for me. I think it's exactly 1 hour. So thank you very much. It's time for question and answer if there is any.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ferry. So yeah, it was a very nice presentation, and yeah, still the same old Mas Ferry, still very powerful in delivering of presentation. So yeah, I guess if someone has the student has question in mind, so you might write it in the chat or just directly raising your hand. All right, so we have one here. So how do we distinguish the noise or vibration in a sensor when there are various electrical sources? Dr. Ferry, are you with me? Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was out. Luckily, it's exactly after the presentation.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. So we have one question here. So how do we distinguish the noise or vibration in a sensor when there are various electrical sources?
Yes, this is a really good question, and this is really a very technical question actually to hydrogen sensors. So basically vibrations, I mean, as long as, again, if you remember the mechanism of transduction that change the gas that we detect into a signal that we can read or we can analyze. I mean, as long as the transduction mechanism how do you call it, is not be a problem. For example, I mean, sensor, what I'm interested in is to see the optical changes of the sensors based upon hydrogen absorption, right? But if there's any vibration, I mean, this vibration will not change anything of the sensors. So as long as you use the correct transduction mechanism to basically avoid any of this noisy signal that comes out from, I don't know, vibration and whatnot, then it should be fine.
All right.
Are we still there? Oh.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mas Ferry. So I think it has been answered, and yeah, I think Julia binti Fadzli has been say that it's already okay. So do we have another question? So a statement that when hydrogen absorb into the palladium, will it go out again, or will it just stuck there forever then?
It really depends on the environment situation. So the balance is if the pressures outside the hydrogen sensor is maintained, so the balance will be always like that. I mean, if some pressure is there, then hydrogen will like to be in the palladium. But then if the pressure outside the sensor is reduced again, let's say, for example, it backs to air again, then hydrogen will go up again, will release again. So it's really depending on the overall balance of the pressure outside the sensor.
Okay, so that it means that there is a maximum capacity for each of these sensor then.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
And the maximum sensitivity is at least beyond 4%. But then luckily for our application for safety, 4% is the max, the concentration that we want to detect, right? So basically we are not, we don't care anymore about 5%, 6% anymore, because 4% is the flammability limit, if you remember. This is where hydrogen becomes dangerous. And yeah, luckily again, because above 5%, basically hydrogen, palladium doesn't, it's already, let's say, it's already full, so it cannot reach any more signal. But then if you remember my data on palladium alloy, palladium gold, so this is one of the solution for this one. So in adding gold into the palladium, basically increase this capacitance. So now we can now also measure 5%, 6%, and so on. So, but I didn't discuss that obviously because this is still introductory.
All right. Yes. So we have another question now. Other than palladium, what other metals that can be used?
This is also like I really suggest the readers to go back to some reviews that already presented, and in due time I will try to upload my slides hopefully to the committee so you can distribute it. There are many metals, not only palladium. Palladium is chosen because, like I said, it's you don't need any other metals to basically allow hydrogen to come into it, so it's rather quick. But then there are many metals like platinum can also be used as hydrogen sensors. Not only metal, but also, like I said, carbons can be used as hydrogen sensors. Some metal hydrides, like a very complex metal hydride like lithium, bromium, and whatnot can be used. So it's palladium is not the only one. So that's my point.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So we also have another question here. How do I choose which is the best sensor for a process? What analysis should I look into?
So to choose the best sensor for a process is basically know what you want to measure or what to detect, right? This is the first thing. I mean, if you have, let's say, some chemical process, what output do you expect to see? And let's say, I don't know, you want to have some gases or heat or whatnot. So this is the first thing. And also second, how crucial it is, for example, how sensitive the sensor should be, what range of concentration do you expect your reaction produce? Do you produce 100 ppm? Do you produce 1000 ppm, 1000 ppm, few thousand ppm? I don't know. So you have to choose into this one. And also how quick you want to detect your process. I mean, like I said, even for hydrogen sensor, there are two requirements, right? For stationary application, which means that the room is large, there's no people involved, you can detect it as long as 30 seconds. It's fine because it's not really crucial. But then when you work with humans, like in the car, human is there, and if oxygen hydrogen is released, you want to know it as soon as possible because then it really relates to someone's life, right? So you want it to be as fast as 1 second. You have to do something about it. So this is at least what I can say. So first is what do you want to measure? Second is what is the concentration range that you expect to have from your reaction, and how fast do you want the detection to be? Then from it, then you just look. If we are talking about commercial sensor, then you just look the specifications and choose which one is the best. Transduction materials wise, it's not really important. This is not really important as long as it does the job. This is because at least the concern now is which sensor is the best, not which materials is the best. I mean, the materials is really the job for the researcher that is related to the field. So that's the 3 parameters at least that I can say to look for in your application.
Okay. So do we have any other question? Please. I know it has been quite long.
Yes, it's difficult at life. 5 afternoon listening to scientific presentation.
Okay, but you did the same thing in different now, Mas Ferry, or
actually I'm already moved to Vrije University of Amsterdam, so I'm no longer at DIVER. So what I'm doing now is so if you remember my last work, we did beat the fastest sensor in the world.
Yeah.
Now hopefully we are having the most sensitive sensor in the world.
Okay.
So still working with Palladium with different approach.
All right.
Hopefully.
So it's meant that there are a lot of groups that working on this now.
It is, yes. I mean, like I said, the optical hydrogen sensor is getting momentum. So there are many groups in Germany, in Hong Kong, in USA. They come really quick with this. So yeah, which is for us, the end users. I mean, for the participants here, I mean, it's we always benefited by this race of the researchers. You know what I mean? Like we are trying to beat everyone else by being the fastest, the better, the most sensitive, and so on. But we, as an end user, will be benefited from it because then we can expect in 5-10 years the technology will come out, and it will at least we will have consequences of it rather soon. So that's that's always nice.
Hopefully. But have anyone in industry using your real work from your result currently?
No,
not yet. All right.
When we published that results, I got contacted by many industries, and this is really interesting because they're really from various industries, from nuclear waste to vehicles, obviously vehicles, and some other stuff. They're really interested in the technology, but then this is what I learned as well. I mean, translating lab results into industrial results, it doesn't take you one night or even 1 year. I mean, it might take 5 to 10 years. I mean, you need more fundings and you need to clarify something. So unfortunately, I have to leave Sweden. I'm in Netherlands now, but my professor that worked with me on the sensor, I think they continue the development of the sensor, and hopefully it can goes to market. I don't know, hopefully within 5 to 10 years. So we'll see. But the concept, which I can be proud of, I think it's being used. So we can see later.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Do we have any other questions?
I understand that the topic is really far from the, I think, participants' background. So
no, but it's still interesting, I will say. So
yeah. So hopefully you just get some few notes out of it.
Yes. Of course. So okay, then if there is no further question, I think we might end our Q&A session today. So yeah, to close the session, please give a very big applause for Dr. Ferry. Thank you very much, Dr. Ferry, for your time today. And as I said that I really learned a lot with your presentation today, and hopefully what your dream for, and it can be beneficial. It can be applied soon, and can
Thank
bring
you very much.
good for the humanity. So yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Ferry. So yes, by that I think we already end our class, but as a moderator, I would like to read a quick summary for our today's lecture. So as you might aware that we have 3 different speakers. The first one is Dr. Shed. He explained related with the overview of thermochemical conversion of biomass, and there are widely sources of biomass which can be converted into energy, and it can be from woody biomass up to the sewage sludge. And there are also various methods which can be utilized to extract energy from biomass, from pyrolysis, gasification, and combustion. However, we also learn from Dr. Shed that there are several challenges that still remain to increase the utilization of biomass as energy sources, like the collection problem, the poor grindability, the high content of inorganic matters, and also several characteristics of the products that needed to be fulfilled. And the second speaker, Dr. Yi Wang, explained to us about more detail related with the fast pyrolysis. That is the biomass thermal decomposition in absence of oxygen, which occurred at medium high temperature, high heating rate, and short residence time. And this fast pyrolysis targeted on high yield of bio oil. There are also a lot of mature technologies that can be used to conduct this fast pyrolysis, like fluidized bed, not fluidized pyrolyzer, yeah, rotary cone pyrolyzer, ablative pyrolyzer, and so on. And yes, this bio oil can be utilized further for many applications like heat generation, fuels, medicals, and so on. And last but not the least, Dr. Ferry just explained the utilization of hydrogen as one of the potential renewable energy sources, but he also explained that the safety factor can be one of a key factor that should be taken carefully before it can be widely used for many applications. And for that, the fast, accurate, reliable, sensitive, and cheap hydrogen sensors will be provided. And one of most studied hydrogen sensor he mentioned is the resistive type, but there is a risk of spark. But yeah, therefore optical hydrogen sensor came up as one of solution. And palladium is one of a promising material for hydrogen sensor because it would absorb hydrogen instantaneously. And this kind of method, this kind of application has been applied forward together with the fiber optic technology. Yes, however, there are several remaining challenges to be applied further in especially in the real world, like the wide range of temperature and pressure, and then highly poisoning environment, and also the high humidity. All right, so I think that's all for the summary. I hope that we all have a very nice session today. So by that, I think we can end the discussion today. So I'm as moderator want to apologize if there are any mistake that I made throughout the discussion. So now I would like to return the lead to the MC. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maul. I and Theo as MC would like to thank our speaker today, Dr. Syed Satir Asyad Hasan, Dr. Yuang, and Dr. Ferry Anggoro Ardi Nugroho for the great material. Our moderator, Mr. Maulana Gilang Nugroho, as well as all students who have attended today's sessions until the end. Now we're heading to the photo session. I will do the countdown, and for the staff in charge, please be ready to take the pictures. To our dear students, please turn on your camera and show your best smile. Okay, there are 2 slides here. So first, I will do the countdown for the first slide. 1, 2, 3, and pose. Next, for the second slide. 1, 2, 3, and pose. Okay, that's it.
We feel like that's enough for the photo session. Once again, thank you to all students that have participated in today's class until the end. The next class for WAFERS summer course will be on Tuesday, 3rd of August 2021, and we will talk about IBAAC mini class and aerobic digestion research.
We also would like to remind all of the students to contact their buddies to discuss about group work.
Thank you to all the students who have spent their precious time with us. We apologize for any mistake we made throughout the event today. Have a nice day, and students are now allowed to leave the Zoom meeting. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ferry. Thank you, Pak Maul. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bu Lila.
All I am is a man. I want the world in my hands. I hate the beach, but I stand in California with my toes in the sand. Use the sleeves of my sweater. Let's have an adventure. Head in the clouds. Just us, you find out. Nothing that we don't want to tell you about, no. Cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater. Take your breath away. I don't mind if there's not much to say. Sometimes the silence guides the mind to move to a place so far away. The goosebumps start to raise the minute that my left hand meets your waist. And then I watch your face, put my finger on your tongue cause you love the taste, yeah. These hearts adore everyone the other beats hardest for. Inside this place is warm, outside it starts to pour. Coming down, one love, two mouths, one love, one house. No shirt, no blouse, just us, you find out. Nothing that we don't want to tell you about, no, no, no. Cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold.
Ini kenapa ada pause-nya anjir? Keren, keren, keren.
Enggak, itu yang kemarin.
Ya, kirain.
Yeay, keren Iren. Iren mana Iren? Great job MC, Double T, Thea and Theo. Operator juga, Marco, Harits, Mita, thank you ya semuanya. Ren cuman ngasih reaction, nggak ngasih ucapan gitu Ren.
Speech dulu dong, Ren.
Habis Mas Kristo, Mas Kristo dulu, yang tua dulu.
Yang tua. Tua amat ah. Ya udah bagus sih itu. Juga oke tadi. Oh ini udah keluar ya moderatornya. Udah terlaksana dengan baik semua. Besok kita nggak ngapa-ngapain kan ya, Saf?
Enggak kan?
Enggak sih harusnya.
Enggak sih harusnya. Soalnya offline juga setauku panitianya.
Iya, MC-nya pakai green screen segala, weh. Keren banget. Oke, gitu aja sih udah. Nice job.
Mantap. Semangat dong tuh.
Iyalah. Safira, kamu tadi tidur ya, Saf?
Enggak. Maaf ya guys, ketiduran 15 menit, sumpah 15 menit doang.
Aku juga ya tadi.
Iran gimana, katanya mau kasih 1 patah 2 patah kata.
Oh iya.
Cam dulu dong.
Nggak bisa, ntar sinyalnya ini putus-putus.
Ya.
Ini mau makasih buat Mas Theo sama Mbak Thea udah mau diajak gladi pagi-pagi. Terus juga buat operator sama Doku, keren banget semuanya. Cepat share screen-nya dan lain-lain, cepat spotlight-nya. Terus juga MC-nya keren banget ngebawa suasana, terus pronunciation-nya juga bagus banget. Itu aja sih kalau dari aku. Makasih atas bantuan dan pokoknya support-nya semuanya. Gitu. Mbak Safira mungkin Mbak? Atau siapa?
Udah kok aku.
Oke. Kalau nggak ada mungkin ditutup aja kali ya Mas? Atau gimana?
Iya.
Nggak tahu gimana dong enaknya.
Udah kesiksa tuh loh Iren nungguin 3 jam.
Kamu 3 jam ngapain aja ya, Ren?
Apa? Merhatiin dong Mas.
Oh iya.
Kan bertanggung jawab, responsibel gitu.
Gokil.
Nah, mungkin karena udah pada capek juga, mukanya udah pada lemes-lemes. Mungkin untuk hari ini udah dulu sampai sini. Mungkin kalau ada acara lain boleh langsung live Zoom-nya. gitu. Makasih teman-teman Mas Mbak semuanya.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Semangat.
Siap kok.